Greetings. Sorry about that. Did it get shut down by mistake?
Did you do something?
Well, did the meeting shut suddenly? I think I pressed the wrong button.
Oh.
So I apologize about that. What happened? Did the meeting suddenly dissolve? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my mistake. I apologize. What I was going to suggest, we have a gap till the next speaker at 5, who's speaking from Avebury. And since we're recording this and it's a live thing, I thought I would fill in with a brief talk of my own. I've made a few interventions during the course of the night, but this is something I haven't really spoken about before, and it might be of interest to Peter. Others, I hope. And that's basically about the World Intellectual Forum, which probably you don't know about.
No, I don't. I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
Okay, well let me fill you in, because it's sort of one of the bodies that's helped put this event on, really.
Yeah.
Our friend from India who was just with us, she's coordinating the youth group for it.
Right.
It's an initiative that was taken in India by some scientists and some spiritual teachers, particularly Swami. And I was invited to go to its launch meeting in 2017. And there were people there from Russia, from USA, from all over different parts of Asia. And I was quite, I was impressed by what they were trying to do.
Yes.
And the idea of the World Intellectual Forum is to be like the poor man's equivalent of Davos. Davos is where the great intellectuals of the planet come together, but they're all economists and spokespeople for capitalism. And at the most, they'll tweak a few things, but and to go there costs about $10,000 out of your own pocket. If you ever get an invitation to Davos, you'll have to be a cabinet member or a prime minister or something to be able to afford it.
A very wealthy capitalists. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a club for, So we said, no, economists are part of the problem. Economists are the solution. We need a club for intellectuals in general, not just economists, who can join up thinking we need on the planet, who may be philosophers, novelists, writers, artists. They might be political thinkers. They might even be economists, but they've got to have a broader kind of frame of reference than classical economy. So I went to the launch, and I serve on the international committee for it, and now I'm coordinating the European section. I mean, you're very welcome to get involved. The idea is to try and reach out to the leading intellectuals of Europe. In each country, there must be some dissenting intellectuals who are sick of the war machine and sick of the co-option of the intelligentsia by establishment. We heard earlier from Chris Busby, a scientist. I don't know if you were here. Did you hear his talk?
I didn't.
Okay, it was a very insightful discourse about how science has essentially been corrupted by the big business that pays for the research, and then it gets the results it wants. You can buy results up ahead of time. And it's the same companies that are doing that are essentially behind the war machine. So scientists will not speak out. And we also heard from David Adams on the culture of peace.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard his talk.
Yeah, I know his work. I've read his book.
Okay, when he talked, I was shocked when he was trying to get the culture of peace going at UNESCO.
Yes.
The scientists refused to take part. The scientific heads of UNESCO refused to having to do with his mission to create a culture of peace on the planet, which is unconstitutional and against the principles of UNESCO.
Yes.
I didn't tell him, but you know, I knew the son of the guy that put the S into UNESCO, Harlow Shapley, an American scientist.
Yes.
And Roosevelt lobbied, sorry, get the S in, because originally they were going to leave it out. It was going to be UNESCO, just education, culture. And he said, no, you've got to add in science, because they've got all, you know, the power. And but so anyway, the thing was, they refused to take part because they're all working for the military establishments, and they have to in waivers of secrecy. They can't speak about their research.
Yes.
Under wraps. So they're bought, I don't know what you call them, mercenaries, intellectual mercenaries.
Yes.
Who, they get paid hush money. And in my opinion, a lot of academics have sold out, a lot of academia.
Yes, that's true.
You know, they deal with triviality, and they're watchdogs to make sure nobody thinks big inside academia.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks about peace. Nobody joins up the disciplines. Nobody actually does any thinking. What you do is research, quote unquote, which is something that you pre-program, they authorize it, they allow it, they cut off its living heart, and then they give you a bit of money, and they call that research.
Yeah.
If you actually want to do any joined up thinking, you have to go to an ashram or you know, become a druid.
I think what you said about earlier generation, like Bertrand Russell in Britain, like Jean-Paul Sartre in France, they were intellectuals, independent intellectuals, who questioned what was happening, particularly about the wars.
Yes.
And I know I've been to actually, last 20 years where Bertrand Russell lived was quite close to where I lived in North Wales. And in the basement, he had a papier-mâché, because he was part of this committee of the 100, which was part of CND, Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, as you know, that he had various papier-mâché missiles in his basement. Because I was quite friendly with the lady and who took over the place, but who was a musician. But I think there are not very many, as you say, intellectuals today who speak out. And in fact, in Britain, they're despised. And maybe not in other countries, but unless they want to be a very wealthy part of the privileged elite, they are rather overlooked. And therefore, I'd agree with that. That's what makes it more important for intellectuals to have a moral and spiritual and ecological voice.
Yeah.
Particularly about what we're doing to the planet Earth, and now we're beginning to do it to the heavens, you know. And the
militarization of space, and another thing they're doing is robotic weapons. I don't know if you follow the latest thing. They're now trying to create scientific robots that will do all the fighting and killing,
like drones rather than pilots. Yeah,
glorified drones.
Yes.
And they'll invent something that shows up the aura of your head. If you've got too many thoughts going on, the drone will take you out.
I thought David's talk was interesting because he gave us various percentages which devoted to military military warfare, military weapons and personnel that could solve the problems of 2 billion people, for instance, in the world who don't have enough to eat, and who don't have access to clean water. So the sort of money they pay these people, which is like digging, to me, a big hole and just pouring money, and then filling up the hole and start again. So it's completely wasteful, and it's part of this huge inequality between different nations and within different nations. I think David was
spot on. spot on.
Sorry?
He was
Sorry?
spot on, and I hope
Yeah.
he joins for a second part. I think there's another factor going on in why these military elites all over the planet get away with it, which is the sociological factor and the psychological factor of their of sort of social dominance hierarchy formation. So
Yeah.
you give these people lots of money, prestige, cars, posh homes. They feel self-important. They have medals. Their spouses back them up. Their mistresses back them up. You know, the whole thing is a scam of ego.
Yes.
From a Hindu philosophical perspective, this is the game of Maya. These are
Illusion.
well, they're illusions, but of course people love illusions. Buddha said desire. Oh, by the way, I'd call Buddha another anarchist. He was of the same genre.
You also, yeah, I agree with that. Yes. Yeah.
You know, and so was Mahavira. They wanted enlightenment first.
Yes. Yes.
Which is a private thing.
And to overcome ignorance, you know.
And precisely
Yes.
I mean,
And I was going to say the ego as well.
well, ego is the recipient or the receptacle in which ignorance lives.
Yeah.
First the ego, as Buddha said, and the suffering bubble goes because there's nothing left to suffer. There's just cosmic being.
Yeah.
There's the dance of life, which is,
Yes.
if you're skillful at it, like a Taoist master,
Yes.
on the whole is pleasurable and beautiful, you know.
You can ride the wind.
Well, correct. What was your book, Ride the Wind? Was that about Taoism? Or?
About liberation ecology. It's more of a personal statement of my mature beliefs. And it was quite influenced by Taoism, but also partly by Buddhism, but and also anarchism. So it covers very many different subjects, different types of work on nature and society. So I think it was very much inspired by Taoism and anarchism and to a lesser extent Buddhism.
Did you know Robert Hart, who founded the Forest Garden in Shropshire?
I knew of it. I know personally didn't know him because most of my life I've been fairly private person and haven't directly been involved with these various. I've been activist my own way, but not involved with him and others. You know. But
I met him when I was educational director for the Gandhi Foundation.
Right. Yeah.
We corresponded. I did a forward to his book called Beyond the Forest Garden.
Yeah.
You remind me of him. You're brothers, you know.
Right. So support the idea of the forest garden and permaculture. And in the previous where I used to live before with my companion, we've been organic all our life, but we've been also believing that our relationship with nature is very important, and we shouldn't carry this conquering, dominating attitude to the way we grow vegetables and where we grow good things. So
and also treat animals. There's a compassion.
And above all animals, yes. I mean, I've been vegetarian since 74, and I'm now vegan at home. So I think this cruelty to animals is a huge issue, and it's also really destroying the planet, not just for animals, but for us as well.
Mm.
And the nature. I mean, in the sense of for plants and trees and so on.
Yeah, and Robert Hart felt the same. I mean, he was, like I say, he was your brother, and he was a very interesting man.
I hope there are more brothers and sisters around the world.
I'm fascinated you knew the house where Bertrand Russell lived.
Yes.
I've just been writing my little book of peace declarations.
Right. Yeah.
I've included in there the letter Russell wrote to the Times
Yes.
in 1914, which got him in prison for 6 months.
It did. Yes. Yes.
He got the Dons at Cambridge, where he was lecturing,
Yes.
signed an anti-war petition that we would never go to war with Germany. Why should we? They're just our
Yes.
cousins.
Yes.
Then he wrote this brilliant letter to the Times when it was ignored, saying, I must protest this barbarous slaughter that's just opening up. 2 weeks ago, Germans, if you shot a German, you'd be tried for murder.
Yes.
But now you're fated as a hero.
Yes.
And he pointed out the absurdity of World War One.
Yeah.
The establishment, you see, he was a genuine intellectual who had the courage to stand up to them. But the establishment clamped down on him and put him in prison for 6 months.
Amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yes.
But where's Daffern Russell's today? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I totally agree with you. I mean, one example, when he was living in North Wales, it was a place called Penrhyn Dwydraeth, which means the head between the two beaches. And it's a very long name, Penrhyn Dwydraeth, where he lived. But he since when there's a threat of the Cuban War Missile Crisis, that and Khrushchev and Kennedy, as leaders, were thinking of going to a nuclear war. In fact, it seems that Kennedy went to bed one night, having announced to drop nuclear weapons on Russia. And Khrushchev, realizing how it would completely destroy most of humanity, pulled back. But that Bertrand Russell sent a telegram from Penrhyn Dwydraeth telling both these how mad they were, and you must, don't if you want to be, don't cause the distraction of the humanity.
Well, obviously.
And it was only actually, in that case, it was Khrushchev rather than Kennedy who gave way. And Kennedy apparently had gone to bed ordering his military to nuclear bomb Russia.
I'd love to know the source on that, because I've always quite liked Kennedy and his assassination. I think it was a tragic.
Well, I think I agree with that, but I think Kennedy also was one who imposed the arms and the economic embargo upon Cuba. He was particularly, it's part of the American idea that somehow that old America, especially Central America, is in our backyard. And Trump believes that also about Venezuela. It's ours, it's in our backyard.
Which is wrong. Yeah,
I think they had the same attitude to Cuba. I'm not supporting the Cuban Revolution, although I have written a book about Cuba. But they definitely were trying to get more independence than a sort of colonial situation, which they had a dictator beforehand, Batista. And they were definitely, unfortunately, they were driven partly into the hands of the Soviet Union because there was so much hostility. And they've obviously imposed very serious restrictions and been very authoritarian, not allowing any other parties, not being very, being very constricted to homosexuals and so on. No freedom of speech.
Under Castro, you mean?
Sorry?
You mean under Castro?
Castro, yes.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, there's definitely a greater equality there between the races and society. And also, obviously they try to, they have, to a degree, free themselves from colonial rule. But by creating another dictator, Castro and the brothers, by getting rid of one. And for a period, being linked to the Soviet Union against this Cuban Missile Crisis. But I think it's important to remember.
Well, you didn't meet Russell himself. He'd gone by the time you were living there.
I did. I didn't live there, but I traveled around the country. But I'm talking about earlier on the Cuban Missile Crisis. I wasn't there, obviously.
No.
But I was too young then. But he definitely, as an old man, opposed both Khrushchev and Kennedy and military weapons.
No, I agree with that.
He could foresee the dangers of having massive arsenals which could destroy the planet, and most people in it.
I suppose my attachment to Kennedy is that we know he was a devil, but he wasn't quite as bad as a devil as the ones that came later.
You could say a lovable rogue.
semantics.
Yeah.
Let me just carry on a bit with my brief talk.
Please do. Please do. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. It's part of your discussion anyway. But so that's the World Intellectual Forum, and
Yeah.
that's a project. But I want to go back a bit further and talk about the Institute of Peace Studies and
Yeah.
global philosophy, which I haven't really talked about all this 24-hour marathon session running.
Yes.
And since it's the body that's pulled this together, I think I ought to mention it. So what it is an international network of scholars and academics and students interested in developing peace studies. Initially, it grew out of a project at the University of London, where I graduated from in 1988.
Right.
A degree in history. I was a history scholar. And I then registered to do a PhD at London. And I found this basically a job. There'd been a motion before the convocation of the University of London to create a Centre for Peace Studies. 1988 was a big time in the peace movement. It was the end of the 80s. The Cold War was looking like it was crumbling, you know.
Yeah.
And there was a move to develop peace education and peace studies around the world. So I got this job based at the Institute of Education. I was a young man, just graduated.
Great. Yes.
I then took on the mission for 2 years from the office in Bloomsbury to research how peace is taught and studied and researched worldwide. It was, you know, an interesting new field. I've been doing this privately as a philosopher, because I'd founded before then Philosophers for Peace and Historians for Peace in 1984 at the beginning of the 80s. So I was an activist. Now I ended up being a scholar activist. And to cut a long story short, I spent 2 years writing a feasibility study, which has just been republished, saying, yes, the University of London can have an Institute of Peace Studies. This is how we can do it. And I kept the office there, you know, for a while. Unfortunately, funding ran out. We couldn't raise funds. And the space I had allotted in the Institute got smaller and smaller. It was, you know, half an office, bit of a desk, and then it was a mail. But I held on like a terrier. I wouldn't let the project, you know.
Yeah.
Normal people would have at this point given up and said, oh God, you know, the military, Thomas, do what everyone else does, just sell out. You know, you've got a good degree, go and work for a finance company. I had this romantic attachment to the concept of peace. It's probably because I'd read Shelley as a young man and wanted to become a wandering peace poet. So I'd been Godwinized, should we say.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
I ended up teaching at the university during the 90s.
Yes.
I set up a course at the Institute of Education on training teachers, because it's a place where they train teachers, PGCEs.
Yes. In fact, my companion did the same, went there.
I did an
She
MA
went
there. I did a master's
She
degree.
did an MA, but I think also in English.
Oh, well, there we are. What year were you there?
When were you there?
I was there in 1983, and the man who was very formative, there were two men who were good. One was called Philip Drummond, but it was a new course.
Come up so you can see.
It was a new course called Film and Television in Education, and it was the first foray into that area, into further education, colleges. It wasn't designed for secondary schools, it was designed for university teachers. And there was a man called Bob Ferguson, who was very left-wing.
Yeah,
He taught me, as well as Philip, mostly.
and you did an MA there. You did an MA there. Yeah.
I did an MA, master's degree. Yeah.
No, I worked there. I had a toehold there for about 6 years.
Yes.
Lectured there under Birkbeck College's aegis. So I became an official lecturer at Birkbeck. which is the extramural college at London.
Yes.
And I also lectured for the Workers' Education Association, the WEA.
Yeah.
And I ran courses in East London and West London and all over the show.
Funnily enough, the same that for William Godwin,
Yeah.
in the University of Sussex. But I actually did most of my research in the British Museum and the Senate House of the University of London. And
Sure.
the way I earned some money to do it was teaching with the extramural department. I
Yeah.
also went down to Blackheath. Went all over. I went also to Chelsea Art School, and so that period was I was then in 19. That was about from 1971 to 7. Then I went to join this commune, Fairfield, and then went in 1980 when you started going. I actually was living in North Wales, beginning a career as a writer. But I for a long time did lots of extramural work. And then it was an interesting period, you know. I thought in the 70s that was.
No, it was a great
That's
time.
what I went to this Windsor Free Festival, which I think was a pre-runner of the one, you know, the Peace Festival, which you got involved with.
Yeah, I'd love to know more about how the Windsor Festival got broken up. And if you have an article you wrote about that or any essays, send
I've
it.
got somewhere which I wrote for the Guardian, but I'm not sure quite. I've just moved to this new house, so everything's a bit of a disorder. But I think it sounds from what you said, it's similar action.
No, absolutely.
And probably
Carry on, Peter, if you don't mind, just a little bit longer, explaining the trajectory of how we got this TRC.
Please do. I don't interrupt you. Please do.
So whilst I was lecturing at the University of London and carrying on with the PhD, I also traveled to the States. I traveled around visiting peace studies departments, seeing how they teach. I went to Moscow, I went to Russia, meeting Russian intellectuals, and I traveled to pretty much most European countries, asking the same question.
Yes.
And because I was based in the Center for Multicultural Education, I was particularly interested in, let's call it sort of the question of race, conflict, and violence. My mentor was a man called Jagdish Gandhara in the Center for Multicultural Education at the Institute. And, you know, we talked, he was my doctoral supervisor for a while. Education is privilege. You know, if you're rich, you go to Eton, you're from a posh white background, you'll end up running the country. And if you're poor, black, born in Brixton, it's not going to happen. And this is why America's in turmoil, because they've just realized what's going on. The people who are running the country are the same elites that self-perpetuate through education, generation after generation. So my institute was born as I say, a sort of intellectual activism project to prevent the military intellectual elites from getting away with their natural right to keep the peasants ignorant. Because the dumbed down education that's delivered in the school curriculums is basically peasant fodder. Nothing really is taught of political science or joined up thinking. Instead, it's about an exercise in division. And, you know, people are taught to be different, to be separate, to be better. And conflict and bullying, therefore, is rife in our school system. Even among teachers, as I discovered, you know, when I also trained around this time, a bit later, as a school teacher, and spent 10 years teaching philosophy and ethics in British schools. And they're heaving with violence, our schools. There's very little peace there. During the course of the mid-90s, I'd set up, I trained in California as a mediator. So I learned the technicalities of how to mediate between parties in conflict, whether it's families or religions or whatever. And I had those skills. I was serving as Secretary General to the World Conference on Religion and Peace, which is the main interfaith peace group, which took me to conferences in Sweden, Paris, and the most incredible one was to the Vatican. I'd never been to the Vatican before properly. I was blown away by, you know, the culture there. And we met in the College of Cardinals. I was sitting in a chair which normally a cardinal sits in. They're the guys that have the management of the church. It's like the church's parliament. And there were 600 religious leaders from all over the planet there, invited by the Pope, who was hosting us, Pope John Paul II. And, you know, they were impressive, this bunch. Gandhi's granddaughter spoke, people from every religion. I went into the hall with an American Indian shaman with his eagle war bonnet on. And there were Shintoists from Japan, Zoroastrian priests, bishops, you know, etc., and imams and rabbis. And during the course of the conference, I was asked to chair a session up in Riva del Garda where the conference moved. We were too big for the Vatican. We could only have it for a day. College of Cardinals was needed by the cardinals. So they bussed us up to Riva del Garda, to a big conference center, which is no problem because it's one of the most beautiful lakes in the world, Riva del Garda, and Lake Garda it's called. And we had this amazing 10-day conference with, I was meeting, you know, intellectuals, peace activists, religious theologians who'd spent a lifetime of struggle for peace and justice, each from their own perspective. So in the session I was chairing was a woman, a Jewish woman from America, who said that she had been at a part of the group at the founding of the United Nations, when the United Nations had, they'd argued long and hard about the wording of the charter. Originally it was going to say, we the governments of the world, but then they argued, no, it should say, we the peoples of the world. And so they got we the peoples into the, you know, the official charter. So whilst I understand what David Adams was saying earlier about the UN is a corrupt organization run by rackets, I think that actually we the peoples have the right to change it. And therefore I'm part of a group that's trying to campaign for a parliamentary assembly of the UN. I hope that that might come to pass, who knows. So what this experience gave me was the insight. So many religious wars are going on the planet, and cultural wars, ethnic wars, like in Yugoslavia and elsewhere, breaking out. And yet, nobody is mediating them. So I had the vision, why don't we create a mediation service that deals with religious and ethnic conflict? And as I look at America today, you know, with this ethnic conflict that's broken out, racial conflict, which I thought had been put to bed, you know, I thought people had grown out of this kind of behavior. The same with the conflict between Palestine and Israel. A lot of it is both religious and ethnic. I have to blink sometimes. We're in 2020 and this still hasn't been solved. When I was in Delhi, you know, a few months ago, there was rioting on the streets between Hindus and Muslims. I have to blink, you know, what's going on with history? I've fallen down the wrong rabbit hole here. Because back in 1995, when I created this mediation service, and I was working for the University of London, there was a rational understanding among academics and intellectuals and thinkers and educators that this kind of behavior was ridiculous and shouldn't be tolerated. It's against the laws, it's against UN charters, and it's against you know, all the moral teachings of history and humanity from all the lineages, whether socialist, liberal, conservative, anarchist, the proper ones, the genuine ones are all, you know, opposed to this kind of nonsense. So anyway, I created that mediation service, and it was running. I got it up and running. We had a training. And then in about 98, a pagan priest came to me, totally out of the blue. He'd heard about this service, and he said, Thomas Daffern, we spoke on the phone, and he came to visit me. I was living in the Cotswolds. And he brought a box full of documentation about the Battle of the Beanfield and the conflicts at Stonehenge, which I'd only heard of indirectly. I'd not been there, I'd not been involved. And I listened to his story. He told me what had happened. He'd been a participant. 600 to 800 innocent kind of hippie types, you know, peace lovers, had been arrested, being beaten up, having their vans all trashed. And they'd been stuck in prisons all over southern England. You know, where do you put them all? So Reading, Salisbury, Southampton, all the jails were full with these people. And they were all handcuffed with that kind of plastic wire that bites into your wrists and leaves a stain. Now, the thing is, these guys had done nothing. They were just on the way to the Solstice to have a festival, a peace festival. So I took on this as a case, and we said to each other, how are we going to get the authorities to talk to us? How are they going to, like, you know, come off their perch? So that's where we came up with the idea of creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Stonehenge. We were following, obviously, the model in South Africa. Tony Blair was just being elected. He'd just come in as a Labour Prime Minister for the first time for ages. And it was a Tory government that had done this trashing. And there was a feeling that a new start was possible. 98 was also the Good Friday Agreement in Ireland. There was a feeling peace is possible and reconciliation is possible. So we launched this thing, and then we proceeded to have, well, in total, over 30 meetings in Wiltshire, in which the police came, the Druids, people who'd been in the Battle of the Beanfield came and gave testimony. And the Commissioner of Police for Wiltshire came, the people that run Stonehenge. And it was a kind of, well, it was healing through discussion and truth-telling, because what I've experienced, what I've discovered in my academic research on peace, conflict arises when communication breaks down. People don't understand the other guy's language, literally, or their thought world, or their conceptual schema, or, you know, and their cosmology and their religion. So, and they find it a threat. They find it, you know, something terrifying. And the only way you can deal with something that's terrifying is suppress it. To me, the image of that is the policeman that killed George Floyd. He was terrified of that black guy because he's been taught that black guys are dangerous, they've got guns, they're going to shoot you. And so he had to keep his knee on the guy's neck out of fear, you know, because if you release the pressure of it, he might have jumped up and shot him. That's how they think. And, you know, but that's how political monopolies of power that use violence, that's what they inculcate in the people. So that's what we're up against, you know. The police came unofficially off the record, they gave an apology. But of course, the way these systems operate is nobody's ever responsible for decisions taken 10 years ago. So no apology is possible, because the system self-perpetuates by constantly changing the pieces. You know, all the cabinet ministers who were involved in the decision to attack the peace convoy, well, they're either dead or moved on, you know, so nobody can be held responsible now in law, which is, I think, a problem. I think that when governments do crimes, they should be responsible in perpetuity and answer for it, and make restitution. So anyway, that's the background. It's still never been, you know, no compensation was received. It went to court. Documentary films were made. The Channel 4 made a film about my work, And one of the people helping me, Brian Vision Dance, who was a Jewish hippie, you could only call him, from, you know, he was a good Jewish boy from North London, but he spent a lot of time in North Carolina, amazing guy. And so Channel 4 filmed our word. And it, you know, we still haven't won, because to me, the forces that did that deed, that's a microcosm. Brian Feldstein talked about social acupuncture. You know, to do healing like acupuncture, you have to take a particular issue, focus on the micro issue. By focusing on that micro issue, then you heal the world. So this Stonehenge case, I think, is very interesting. And I'll finish by saying that during the course of my research, because I wrote this up for my PhD as one of about 20 cases that I took on. The PhD was much broader, but this case was interesting to me because it's to do with the suppression of primal wisdom and the pagan traditions of the planet, which are precious. The guardian keepers of you know, nature, the druids of other countries, are the wisdom keepers of those places. And instead of suppressing their right to celebrate the solstices, we should be encouraging and supporting it, you know, and participating in it. Which is why I was so pleased to hear earlier today from the chap in South Africa who's working with the sacred sites there. And the Khoisan people, the indigenous people's sacred sites. What is the solution and what is the final problem? During the course of my research, I've written a dictionary of new words, because as a philosopher of peace, I've coined new words to describe the problems we're facing. And one of the problems we're facing, I think, I sum up with the phrase Sophiophobia. Sophiophobia is the fear of wisdom, and it's the opposite of philosophy. Philosophy is the love embrace of wisdom. It's being prepared to go on the journey that Parmenides talked about when he's taken on the journey by the goddess, you know, into the other realms. Whereas Sophiophobia is, no, I don't want to know about anything. I don't want to know about knowledge, wisdom, anything. I just want a job and football and money and power and sex, you know, attitude. That's Sophiophobia. I don't want to know too much about this because it might get me into trouble. I might become responsible. And there's the Sophiophobia that's expressed by silence. So you try and blow the whistle. You tell your boss, your supervisor, there's some crime going on here. You ought to know about this. The boss shuts you up, silences you, fires you. That's Sophiophobia in action. And I would even say that a lot of racial conflict is Sophiophobia. The reason for anti-Semitism, why the Jews are so hated in Europe, is because they were quite clever people, brilliant intellectuals, joined up thinking, you know, amazing creative scientists. Well, what are we going to do with that lot? We're terrified of them. They're taking our jobs. Well, I tell you what, we'll kill them all. That's Sophiophobia in its gross. You know, Hitler was terrified of the Jews. And any kind of racism, anti-Islamism as well, to me, is a form of Sophiophobia. The Muslims are amazing people. They offer great cultural wisdom to humanity. But no, we demonize them. We call them terrorists. We give them the guns that they can do the terrorism with. Then we can call them terrorists and then we can attack them. This is a scam created by the war manufacturers. So my little multi-faith mediation service is still going. And, you know, I collaborate with anyone trying to stop these, particularly these racial and religious conflicts going on the planet. That's why I've been so pleased to go to India many times, meeting people from all over the country. I've traveled in, you know, widely. And that's what really got me interested in the Druids, because when I went to Ireland, meeting our friend that we heard from earlier, and being invited to be part of the Free University of Ireland, you know, I discovered amazing things about the richness of Irish culture and the ancient Druid traditions that most English people don't know about. So for us, the time of troubles was just crazy Irishmen, and our boys, the army, were doing their best to keep the peace. I mean, that's such a distortion of history. I discovered, for instance, that well, Catholicism was abolished. It was outlawed. You weren't allowed to teach in Gaelic. So they had to teach in the fields, in the hedges, in things called hedge schools, to pass on the wisdom. They weren't allowed to have the mass because that was deemed heretical. So they had to go and meet at standing stones up in the hills. And there's a tradition in Ireland called mass rocks, which were sacred standing stones from the Druid times, which were then used as outdoor churches by undercover priests for about a 300-year when it was outlawed. And the local villagers knew where these mass rocks were called. They're called mass rocks. But the English never knew, the army didn't know. So they'd go and meet up at the standing stones on the mountain. And a chap did a PhD, which at the Sarol School na Heron, he mapped all these mass rocks throughout Ireland, discovering them. They're all still hidden in woods and moors and things. So there's a whole hidden history of persecution in Ireland that, is not known about. And why were we doing it? Why did Cromwell try and slaughter all the Catholics he could find and commit mass genocide and burn libraries? Because of Sophia-phobia. He was terrified of Catholics because they had something he didn't know about, a joined up way of thinking. They were dangerous. They were Jesuits, So what's the solution to Sophia-phobia? Well, it has to be sharpening our tools of wisdom. We have to go back to the masters, people like Tolstoy, like Kropotkin that you talked about, like Godwin, like Shelley, like Christ, like Buddha, Mahavira. Sit at their feet, morally speaking, and try and download what little wisdom we can now for our age, which is suffering from this surfeit of Sophia-phobia and violence. And just try and steer our friends and, humanity along the peace path. I still think it's possible. I remain an old optimist, and I'm not going to swallow the lie that human nature is evil, and therefore we need strong police and big armies and huge nuclear weapons. No, human nature is amazing, and the new discoveries of science, of advanced research into quantum physics and consciousness and microbiology and the greening of science that I talked about earlier with Chris Busby gives me hope that, who was it who said earlier? They said that mankind has invented war and now it's up to us to invent peace. It's a social thing. I think it might have been David who spoke. So I believe that fervently. Right, so I'm going to stop there, and I'm still waiting for our guest, who's of course late, typical, isn't it? Any questions you've got or comments about following on what I was saying?
Yes, I think I need to unmute, but I'd like to say that was a very interesting talk which you gave, and I certainly agree with this idea of Sophia-phobia. I never heard that phrase before. That's a wonderful phrase. I've heard about Sophia, and I've heard also about philosophy. A lover of wisdom, knowledge.
Yeah.
I think it's Sophia-phobia. I think that's a very strong aspect of the present world. People are frightened of any, as you say, rational thinking. There's a great. You've gone disappearing now. Presumably, you're not listening.
I just have to plug something in.
Fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think when you're quite right to put an analysis about Sophia-phobia, I also think so-called human nature is not aggressive, not sort of naturally aggressive, not naturally selfish, and I think largely depends on circumstances, as Shelley and William Godwin both thought. So it depends on how people are brought up. If they're brought up to be very aggressive, or if they're brought up more gentle and more understanding, that will certainly help. So the great danger is, as you say, is that people have a great fear of any wisdom, and they prefer to live in ignorance and weakness, and then develop these very powerful weapons, which can destroy the planet and humanity. So I would agree with you. It's very important if we're going to find a way of going beyond all this, Sophia, and in particular, as you said, we should be concerned with peoples rather than governments, and that's where the hope lies. And I agree also with you that it's important to be not optimist, if not idealist, that in the long run, I'm sure things will get better, both during this period of virus, but also for the planet, if there are enough people who really want it. If they're not, then we are doomed. But we can at least contribute our voices and actions to try and change things, as you have done. And as our many thousands of people around the world doing, it's very important, particularly with celebration of your Peace Festival. And also it's very important to recognize that what the police, the state agents of police have done to peace-loving people who just want to talk about justice and want to have a good time.
No, it's obviously...
The question, I suppose the question I would also get to is that, do you think it's enough just to go through United Nations or governments or states to change things? I mean, people have tried that before and it hasn't worked.
Well, no, I don't think it is enough. Of course not, because the UN was created as an idealistic project, but the visionary who created it, Roosevelt, died before he could see the fruits of his work.
Yes.
And a lot of the institutions that Roosevelt wanted at the end of World War II, and his wife, Eleanor, who was a real progressive, they were blocked and frustrated by the American capitalist military establishment that dug their heels in under Truman and were determined to undo what Roosevelt wanted. Roosevelt wanted, at the end of World War II, he was going to pass a second Bill of Rights. He gave a speech in 1944 saying that after the war, every American would be having the second Bill of Rights, which was right to a home, a job, health, and education. That he wanted a social revolution in America, like the Labour Party brought in Britain at the end of World War II.
Exactly.
And Roosevelt...
Welfare state, welfare society.
Yeah, and Roosevelt was basically, he died. And I still personally think under slightly mysterious circumstances, it's very weird how politicians, whenever they try and do something progressive, tend to die off.
Yeah.
Like John Smith, he's another who died off. Or Robin Cook, he died off. Or Michael Nietzsche. Funny, the progressive ones die off, but Kissinger, the old, the most reactionary conservative politician of our lifetimes, with blood on his...
A hawk.
Well, a hawk, a million times over. He lives on and on and on. I just find it a bit suspicious, who's ordering all these assassinations? So Roosevelt wanted a genuine progressive, a people's UN, and he died. So what we've got is a fudge. We've got not quite the thing that we should have.
Yes.
But there are good people in it. I've spoken at it. I've been to the headquarters. There are good people beavering away in it. I think the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is a good man. He used to run the Portuguese Socialist Party. He's a progressive who genuinely wants peace. There is this project to create a parliamentary assembly at the UN, which I think would be amazing, especially if it can be directly elected. To begin with, it'll be appointed by parliaments, but I think it should be, directly elected.
Agreed.
UN reform is something the World Intellectual Forum is looking at. We have people on our board who are, interested in that, and we're interested in UN reform. So, no, it's not enough. We need to develop a culture of peace, as David Adams said. I think it shocking the way UNESCO treated him. That man should have an office in UNESCO. He's a living treasure to the planet. Instead, they booted him out. I didn't know that story until they booted him out, and the scientists, basically kicked him out. Well, that shows you the power of what we're up against. If somebody, even at that level, this was a professor, an expert, right, could be treated in that humiliating way. Well, it's shocking. It shows you what we're up against. So we shouldn't be naive. Christ said a very wise word. He said, be as innocent as a dove, but be as wise as a serpent.
Yes.
And I love that saying, because we heard earlier today from South Africa about the oldest religious site, the cave, with the serpents on it. I don't know if you saw that. Brilliant presentation from Dean.
Yeah.
That serpent is wisdom, But we also have to be as innocent as a dove, so not use violence. That's his point. If you use violence, they get you. You're crucified. No point,
Yeah.
Use non-violence. Go amongst them. Fly about like a dove. We're not threats. I organised 35 meetings in the House of Lords. I went to the top. I went to and met Prince Philip, and I set up the Commonwealth Interfaith Network. I was working inside the establishment whilst I was doing my PhD, right? And people would say, "You're crazy, Thomas. They'll arrest you. They're the enemy." I don't take that view. I want,
if you're no direct threat, you're not employing violence as a means. They will allow you to speak.
Truth a threat to. I don't think truth should be a threat to people with responsibility. I don't think facts, science, academic research should be a threat. The only people it's a threat to are people that are afraid and that suffer from sophia-phobia.
Yes, yeah.
They want to suppress knowledge, suppress truth.
Yes. So as you said earlier, very powerful interests to maintain the status quo. I think in America they called it the military industrial complex, but both the military and both the industry wants to be to have people in government who control things for their interests, and so therefore we are against a very powerful lobby group, I applaud all these attempts to try and bring out change, but I think we have to develop more of a culture, as your previous speaker said, culture of peace, and we have to recognise that peoples governments should be able to speak, and if anything happens, it's, as you say, it's through direct democracy, not through appointments. I personally that's a problem with monarchy and House of Lords in Britain. But this idea, though, is to try and end conflict, end war.
Yeah,
that is a wonderful ideal. But I think it work from the bottom up, personally, not from the top down.
No, I think it's got to be both. I've tried it both ends.
It's okay.
I'm still working both ends, right?
Right. Good for you. I'm very. I mean, that's a very, very impressive way of spending your life, and I really do think that one should try and not only achieve in particular cases like the Battle of Beanfield or Windsor Free Festival, but also the very important. There's an important case, in particular case, but there's a broader concern about world culture. We have to develop a culture of peace and see what is the common humanity, and see that what divides people is actually comparatively little, but is in the interest of this military complex who want to, or you want to say advanced capitalism, or what do you want to call it, who want to maintain the status quo.
Yeah.
But but I applaud your attempts to change it.
Well,
The important thing is, I think we live in quite a dark times in the sense of turmoil, conflict. So it is very important to show that there's another way.
Well, when I was a little boy, my mother was a member of CND. She was on the committee.
Yes.
And she used to take me on the peace marches.
Yeah.
And one year in the early 60s, she pointed to Bertrand Russell
Right.
in the square, who was sitting down and about to be arrested.
We're
And
about 9 years old.
I was only a little boy, you know.
Yes.
But to me, I was taught that peace is the most important thing we can work for.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna grow up. Do you know what I mean?
I think my mother taught me the importance of justice and equality. She wasn't a very lonely woman, but she treated people equally, and she tried to be just, whether it's concerned my brother-in-law, myself. And I think that has retained within me. But I might see in a very different context nowadays, as an old man myself. But that I think we all need people contribute in different ways to a culture of peace and a culture of trying to overcome conflict. And in that sense, I applaud and salute what you've done in your life. And different people do it in different ways. And I mean, this is a great. I think what you've done now to try and have this peace festival. We're using Stonehenge maybe as a way of getting to a broad understanding of what's going on about the modern culture, about the modern economies and so on. It's great. The fact is international also.
We've had some good speakers.
Yes.
Can I ask you another question? Oh, sorry, Barty, you go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was also sharing, as you said, your mother taught you, and she used to take you in peace gatherings and all. Your mother also taught you something. My mother always taught me to help each and everybody anyway, anytime.
Yeah.
So my research says, and what we are working upon is how you being brought up. That matters a lot. So if we start giving the peace education to the pregnant women, then it helps a lot. The next generation will be like being and brought up, and the moment the child will take birth, it will be peaceful. Because if you see in today's generation, what we can see is everybody used to say today's child are very smart. They used to speak up there and then only. So if the mother is pregnant and at that time she is living and surrounded and she is suffering from some issues, or she has grudges, or she is in anger. So all these characteristics are being transferred to the children, to the child.
Yeah.
Right. So that is the subconscious. And the moment the child brought up and it becomes older and older, the things that the child learned in the womb or in her mother, they get pop up, because the child's subconscious is very much active at the time the child is in mother's womb. The conscious mind is not active, but subconscious is totally active. As we have heard the story of this Abhimanyu in history, we heard the story of Abhimanyu. He learned the breaking of this chakra in the womb of mother. So what you learned during that time is very much important. Why that upbringing is very much important? Because the child lives in the scientific region is the child lives in the water, and human body has 70% of water. And 9 months that child is developing in that water. So what vibration you are giving to that child?
Yes.
If positive vibrations are going in, then the child will come up with the peace of mind. If negative vibrations we are giving to the child for 9 months, then it will automatically be turned up to the violence.
Yes.
So this is what I have learned and I have researched in my journey. Because this concept is with the science, psychology, and spirituality. So science behind this is everything is in matter. It is in the form of matter. So what you speak is finally turned into air. Air is also a matter. So whatever you spread in universe, it works in a scientific way. If you give positive vibrations, that's why intense works. If you give positive vibration in the universe, then you can heal anybody in the world, no matter the person is with you or far away from you. But if you are spreading positive vibration, it will work.
I agree with you, and I think that our experiences in the womb are very important because we tend to interpret later experience through our early experience. So as you say, if you get very bad vibrations early on in the womb, that you probably carry on because you have a more negative attitude to your life. I think there's, I mean, I know you're taking it from a scientific point of view, but if you believe in transmigration of souls and reincarnation, it's also karma. You bring into the womb with you karma from a previous life, and that which is a sort of, in a very simple sense, it can be just seen as a consequences of your actions. So that as you grow up, but I think you probably can overcome this. That's if you have a really bad experience in your womb, a bad karma from previous lives, or just if that's so I argue that, but you can overcome it in your own life to try and go beyond it, and that's why it's not enough just to say, well, I had a bad womb experience or I had a very bad childhood, therefore I'm a hater of wisdom and a violent person. I think you can go beyond this very bad experience which you may have had before. And equally, if you had a good experience, and I agree with you, both in your education and with your parents, it's more likely for you to develop into a fully human being. The trouble is, I think, at the moment in the modern culture and society, which is based on consumerism, that many people, many mothers and others are lost to consumerism and materialism, and they're not having the effect and the influence, maybe, unless people like yourself teach them that it's very important of this early experience that can transform people. I do think at a later stage, you can actually transform a bad experience, which you may have had in your life, particularly in the womb and possibly in earlier lives. So therefore, one can always, there's a degree in which one is free from one's past, and so as one becomes more aware, one can try and go beyond that negative experience, and hopefully you will not just experience a wish to consume things or have a hatred of knowledge. In fact, realize that there's a wider world than just your own self-interest.
Well, that's a very interesting discussion there. And you raised a very important point about karma, because Buddha and Mahavira talked, according to tradition, about what is karma and how you can purify it. And it's a really big question for peace education, because if you're right, the hypothesis is that reincarnation exists. So we bring with our souls, everyone who's been in this peace festival, brings a certain soul quality into being. But right now, as we're sitting here, there's a military arms fair going on in London where wheeler dealers are, spending billions to make new weapons of torture and so on, and mass destruction. So there's a karma going on. And how we can purify that is something, we can all give thought to. Okay, what I'm going to do now is suggest, I'm going to play a film about druids for those of you that don't know anything about them. If you want to stay and watch it, do. We're going to try and get Nikki, who's helping me, has got this film. She's going to try and show it on her page and then project it.
Can I very briefly say, just one word, that I'd be interested in that. But as my understanding of megaliths, that the Druids were comparatively late development, and they took up the ancient wisdom of the earlier peoples. That's why the earlier peoples who built the megaliths are very important.
Okay.
Yeah,
We use the term Druid in slightly different ways, you see. I use the term Druid to mean the people that built the megaliths and the knowledge keepers and wisdom keepers.
I don't think it's quite historically accurate, that's all I'm saying, from my research.
Okay, so we can dispute that.
Yeah.
You must read my 3-volume Encyclopedia of Druid Studies.
I'm sure there are shamans and wise people around when they built them, but particularly Druids historically were a bit later.
Well, the sources are later,
Yes.
but the people that those sources refer to were the inheritors of the earlier epochs.
Yes, exactly. I agree with that.
What language they used when they built Stonehenge is a question I've often had discussions about. Was it a form of early Proto-Celtic? We don't know.
Yeah.
But whoever built it and supervised it, managed it, handed on the body of knowledge, which eventually came down by the time of Caesar's invasion into the
Druids. Yeah.
So what we call the Druids were the inheritors of that wisdom. Which
exactly. I agree with that.
Yeah,
they may have been, whatever you want to call them, wise people, I would say, shamans, whatever you want, but who were part of it. And I think Druids took on that tradition, they stood in it, and they developed it. And modern Druids, like yours, I think you call yourself a Druid.
Sure.
They have ditched some of what the Romans called negative aspects. I mean, certainly this idea of animal and human sacrifice, but at the same time, and that may well be a myth anyway, as I said, because conquering people want to demonize the people they conquer. But anyway, I'd be very interested to see a film.
Okay, I'm going to try and get it together.
Yeah. And my understanding, what the Druids were definitely, they were peace lovers. They tried to mediate between warring groups.
Yeah, that's what interests me. That's
want to heal.
Yeah, that's the only reason that made me interested in them.
Yeah.
This terribly negative press, but then who did they have the negative press from? Was the greatest warlords on the planet who were doing mass rape, destruction, and imperial conquest.
Exactly.
So I mean, I don't accept the Roman propaganda. No, they were these heroes of Britain and Gaul, and where I'm talking from is the oak forests of Gaul, where Vercingetorix came from. I mean, yeah, he took the sword, but he took the view somebody had to stand up against him.
Yes.
Anyway, let's try and show this film. I'm going to bear with me a second. I've got it. Fingers crossed, it's going to play.
Right.
By me sharing the screen, so to speak. And then hopefully you'll hear the sound. It might take a couple of minutes to get it sorted.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. Now, here we are. Share screen. Here we go.
Okay.
So as a Druid, I want to explain a little bit about why the oak tree is important to us. Historically, some people have argued the very etymology of Druid means the Noah's the oak, the Veda, the steel Noah of the oak, which is stored in all the equivalents in most languages.
We can hear a few words, we can't see anything apart from yourself.
You can't see anything.
Just you.
Gets a little deeper
That's true. I can hear a bit of something which I'm trying to, but I can't. It's all broken up.
In the old script of the ancient Druids, the teaching
Broken up.
it stood for the oak tree. But dwarf has meanings other than just oak tree. What it means is really, really, really strong.
That's better.
If you look at a tree like this, you see primitives. It was the oak trees that symbolized
Started screen sharing. You haven't got a picture.
Make it a bit louder.
is our love of justice, our love of truth, and our love of ultimately God.
We have no image.
Connects everything. In
You want to go
Sanskrit,
on to
this
view
concept became the word dharma. The ancestors of the Indian-speaking tribes that gave us Sanskrit, and the ancestors of the Celtic tribes that give us the word dwarf, ultimately were one people going way, way back in time. As Sir William Jones pointed out, the great Druid linguist at Oxford, and went to
There it is.
became the first
Isn't it?
white
That's
What's it there? No, no, it's not me. It's there.
Bigger.
Oh no, it's another person.
struck by the congruities of languages. And he realized we were part of one big language family. And this is why we talk about the linguistic tree. If you think about a tree,
I wonder about view options. You're viewing the screen.
being
You can't see his screen.
branches that you can see on the trees interconnect.
No,
Every
that's not
tribe,
it.
every
is it?
personal.
It's just the size.
Now this image is exactly the same as the Hebrew Kabbalistic tree of life, which is
Thomas, we can't see anything.
the great Hebrew sages going right back.
Can't hear us anything.
You can't. Can you not see the screen? It says I'm screen
I
sharing.
hear. I can.
Yes,
Now I
yes,
can. Now I can.
yes.
Now I can.
And but you can't hear the sound. Is that right?
I know I could hear it a bit, but if you go back,
We've got to hear it properly.
yeah,
I think there's something I'm supposed to press here.
right.
Share sound. Let me try that. You never know. It might work better now. Let me go back to the beginning.
Okay.
Historically, some people argue the very etymology of Druid means the nose of the oak, the Veda, the seal, Noah, which is the door in, or equivalents in most languages, Welsh, Gaelic, Celtic languages. I think that is true, but I think it's a little deeper than that, because the sound door, which is the letter for the oak tree in the Ogham script of the ancient Druids, the teaching letter is the D. It's for the oak tree. What has meanings other than just oak tree? What it means is really, really, really strong. And if you look at a
Better.
tree like this, you see how strong it is.
So what can you?
I think now it's frozen.
So you're not able to see much.
You can't. It's frozen at the moment. Frozen. And,
Nice.
and very, very broken.
It was the oak tree that symbolised the strength of the forest, and it also stood for the metaphysics behind existence. The strongest thing behind everything is our love of justice, our love of truth, and our love of ultimately God, the gods, that which connects everything. In Sanskrit, this concept became the word Dharma. The ancestors of the Indian-speaking tribes gave Sanskrit, and the ancestors of the Celtic tribes was the word Dwarf and Druid. Ultimately, one people going way, way back in time, as Sir William Jones pointed out, the great Druid linguist who was at Oxford and then went to India and became the first English, Celtic British scholar to learn Sanskrit. And he was only struck by the congruities of languages. And he realized we were part of one big language family.
Can I stop? We've been joined by speaker, Kevan, who is a bard, and if I stop sharing, stop, and there we are. Then hopefully we can get back on track here.
Right.
Kevan, can you hear me? If you unmute yourself,
It's Kevan, yes.
and do introduce yourself, sir, and then we'll take it from there. I believe you've been off on pilgrimage, and Kevan is going to be talking to us about the pagan pilgrimage traditions of the bards and druids. So welcome, Kevan. Do share your...
Hello. Yeah, I'm just getting ready here, Thomas. Hello to everybody. Well done for keeping it going. How many hours has it been now?
Oh, well, it's 24 hours in total. This is what I call tea time, and then we come up towards, the sunset. But I mean, it's only one night of the year we've got to do this marathon. I think it's worth it. It's my homage to the sun.
Yes.
And I have to say, we've had some absolutely amazing. Hello, Kevan, greetings. I like that.
Nice to see you again, Thomas. And
Yeah,
hello, Frika. Hello, Peter, Nikki.
Hello there.
Yeah,
Happy Solstice.
greetings. Yeah.
Same to you, yes.
Okay, so look, Kevan, you've got the floor. So go for it.
Oh, right. It's not time yet, is it? I've told some friends that I'm going to be on from 6, so I don't want to. Yeah, it's only 1:45 at the moment, so I'm happy just to natter generally, but I didn't want to miss my friends. I told that it was going to be at the original slot of 6.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, because we've got the Bard of Avebury, the Peace Druid of Avebury.
Oh, yes.
She's supposed to have been speaking all this time. She's finally arrived back from Bristol. She just told me, and is about to come online. So we can give her the floor first, briefly.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. So, don't know my friends by starting 15 minutes earlier than I said I was going to.
We don't want to.
So, yeah.
Can I ask Frigga, because you've not met Kevan, can you just introduce yourself? Frigga was with us earlier this morning.
My name is
Frigga
Asraf. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a Germanic heathen, and I am the founder of the Flame of Frizz peace initiative, which I started about 6 years ago. My aim is to connect people, to give people harmony, and of course take care of the earth. Because what I always say, as long as the earth is suffering, there is no real peace. And I try to do my bits and pieces. My physical condition stops me from being active in Extinction Rebellion. Because for me, the Flame of Frizz and climate activism is one and the same. And yet I do think that, and that's what I enjoyed, the parts that I have been here, that we need different stories and different entrances to reach as much people as possible, because climate activism is attractive. A lot of young people also from all ages. But I do think that there are various ways. I mean, humankind is so complicated. So we need lots of different things. And that's what I really enjoyed, I said, by being here, to hear also from people from all over the world what they are doing and what they offer. And that's what and it's just great to meet people, because I do think that is important, the networking. People get to know one another and do the rituals, the talks, share our knowledge and see what we can do. And sometimes it's really frustrating. And I just went away for a couple of hours for our Midsummer ritual online, which was very interesting because we had an hour delay because Jitsi was not working and we had to switch to Zoom. So in the end, it also was a handful of people, but it was good to do.
Was that at sunrise, or when did that take place?
No, just in the afternoon.
Okay.
When COVID-19 started, Dan and me, we offer every week, or now we do it twice a month, an online healing ritual. And because, of course, and it's always on Sunday, so we thought to today, because of the solstice, to make it a healing, political, whatever ritual.
Yeah, I've been running a little Bardic circle on Zoom, and that's been really nice. A really nice way to connect with other bards around the world and share our Arwen, keep the Arwen flowing, need now more than ever. So it's funny how we become habituated to these emergent technologies so rapidly. It's a learning curve for all of us. But now, like, Zooming is like second nature, is it? Or Skyping, whatever. But it's obviously not the same as meeting up. But it's great because it means things like this can happen. Otherwise, how complicated would it have been to have all got together in the same physical space? I mean, some of you are still in France, is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
So whereabouts in France are you?
We've had friends from India, from Israel, from America, Holland.
That's the marvelous thing.
Really makes it an international affair, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And where are you?
Yeah,
Stroud.
Well, these days I'm now down in Wiltshire, up on the Marlborough Downs, within walking distance of Avebury. So it's lovely being here in this sacred landscape. I've had a circuitous journey up from Stroud to Leicester, where I was teaching for a year, and then now I'm down in Wiltshire and stay here as long as possible because I love this landscape and I've been coming here for a long time. So I'll be talking about that among other things. But yeah, this feels like home, within the Avebury World Heritage Site, basically, just on the edge of it. And Ridgeway is just over the hill, lots of landmarks that you're familiar with. I'm sure Silver Hill, West Kennet, they're just all on my doorstep now.
Yeah. Well, we had earlier, we had one of the druids of Avebury speaking, Henk Viss.
Yeah, I would have loved to have heard that, but it was like, was it 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that? I was so wiped out yesterday, having had a wink of sleep the night before, up on Glasby Tour all night, and I desperately needed a decent night's sleep. So sorry I missed that one because I would have liked to have heard that.
It was recorded, you see. We've recorded the whole 24 hours.
Wow.
We're going to chop it up and edit it and stick it on YouTube,
Is that what the plan is with it? As long as it'd be nice, kind of like just see what that's like before it goes public, if that's all right. Because who knows what it'll be like. But I hope I make sense. I don't want to make me an idiot myself and then share that with the world. But yes, a lot of footage, 24 hours to chop up.
Come on, man, you've got a PhD since we last met. Surely you know how.
Hopefully that's putting a sentence together. Well, we'll see if the Arwen flows. I might talk nonsense. I feel.
Yeah, I have that same feeling often as well. Okay, and now it's recorded. Do I sound a bit properly? Do they understand my English?
Yeah. Once you're in the zone, it's fine. But this is literally just going to go on YouTube. As part of the Stonehenge Peace Festival online. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a lovely idea, and well done for putting it together.
Well, it's taken quite a bit of juggling, and it's like herding cats. People don't time, they turn up late. What can you do? That's life.
Yep.
And,
so Nikki there, I see she's present by name at least. Is she there behind the scenes helping run the show or doing her thing as well? Hello, Nikki.
She normally likes to stay in the background as the camera woman.
Yeah. Did she show one of her films earlier? Is that right?
Yeah, we did during the middle of the night. But we've had some technical problems, so it didn't show very well. We just tried again, that didn't work. So.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see footage from throughout the 24 hours, but yeah, maybe not in one go. I think I'd be able to appreciate more in small bits over between weeks once it's all online. I suppose I'm on in like less than 2 minutes. So if you just give me a minute, just how do I know? So we'll be right back. But hold the fort. I'll make sure I'm here for 6 o'clock to start. Okay.
Yeah. If people want to break, go and make a cup of tea. I think I want to. And I'm going to pause the recording. We'll have a break till 6.
Anything, or should I just crack on?
I'll just very briefly introduce you. Kevan Manwaring is a unique specimen in British Druidic and Bardic circles. We keep bumping into each other at obscure meetings. He was the chief bard of Bath for a while, and that's quite an achievement because that's quite a hotbed of druidical mysteries. And he once came up to the Castle of the Muses, where I was living in Scotland, for a couple of visits, and he did a wonderful performance, a musical interpretation of some books he was writing at the time. He came on retreat, wrote some books up, finished off a sequence of fiction he was working on. And I think, and he's well, as far as I'm concerned, he's a hero of the Bardic movement because he wrote the Bardic Handbook, which is like how to be a bard, how to set up a Bardic chair, how to channel the divine Arwen into downtown Bristol or Bath or to hang out. And so he deserves the golden order of knighthood from the Bardic community, really. And I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. And now he's gone and got a PhD, right? So now he calls himself the academic bard.
Bardic academic, yes.
Yeah, Bardic academic. So we're deeply honoured to have you presenting. And please join and take over. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas. It's a pleasure being here. Hats off to you for putting this whole show together and everybody who's contributed so far in this Bardic Druidic Ovatian marathon that you've been running for nearly 24 hours now. That is stamina for you. Hello. So, although today's theme is about peace, I wanted to go off piste a bit and explore it from a tangential angle. My talk is going to be on walking myth, on pilgrimage. And I think there will be connections inevitably. For my money, I feel outer peace can only be achieved through inner peace. And I'm sure this has been touched upon already. But for myself, I find that peace by walking, by being in nature. I found it enormously beneficial to my well-being, to my mental health. I did throughout all my doctoral studies, which were very intensive, as you know, Thomas. But it's been my constant throughout my life. There's this saying that, you know, I have the two best doctors, my left leg and my right leg. And I found that so true. You know, just to go for a walk or sometimes go for a run these days. Love a bit of trail running, off-road. I'm living on the Marlborough Downs, and I felt so lucky in this time of lockdown to be able to go for long walks from my doorstep, you know, often not seeing anybody for hours. I can walk for miles and miles and miles across the Wiltshire Downs. You know, I'm within walking distance of Avebury. All around me are sacred sites. I feel very blessed by that, and that has really helped me through this challenging time that we're all going through. And I feel incredibly lucky to be living somewhere like this, because last year I was in a city in the middle of Leicester where I was teaching and living. So I'm in a rural location now, but I've always found nature to be tremendously healing. It is the best doctor, you know. I think by walking, we align ourselves with natural rhythms. It seems, you know, a no-brainer to say that, but it somehow helps us to synchronize with our own internal seasons while walking externally. There's this kind of literary idea or conceit of the pathetic fallacy, and in classic Gothic novels, for instance, it'd always be a dark and stormy night, or if it was somebody's funeral, it'd always be raining. So there's this idea that the outer weather would mirror our internal emotional weather. But this, you know, is called a pathetic fallacy because it sort of as being a bit heavy-handed, a bit contrived. But I think there is some truth in this. You know, I feel we are connected. We are part of nature. And there's this other really interesting idea. This is a bit of a preamble to the talk, but while on this subject, there's this idea of atmospheric exceptionalism. It's kind of really a really crazy idea, really, that for a long time, usually men assume that because women were somehow connected to the weather, this would explain their irrationality, their mood swings. And this is like kind of like, you know, 19th century Victorian men normally talking about this sort of stuff. So I'm just kind of like citing this theory. And so this is why they're, you know, unpredictable and so on and so forth. And, you know, it was seen as a kind of weakness, as a very misogynistic kind of explanation of female behavior, you know. This has actually been reclaimed by female writers as being not a kind of weakness, but a strength. And there's at least one really good paper on this, on atmospheric exceptionalism in the Brontes. If you look at the writing of the Bronte sisters, weather is so present, so tangible. This particular author that I kind of read on this subject said, if women have some kind of omniscience about the state of things, then that is an asset, that is a boon, that shows their senses are open, that they have a deeper sensitivity to these things. And this is actually a good thing, not something to criticize them for. So, you know, it's really interesting to claim that back, the fact that we are connected to nature. So, you know, there is this kind of pathology there, pathetic fallacy, atmospheric exceptionalism, and so on. Long digression to what I was talking about, how walking in nature attunes us to our own inner nature. And that aligns with my topic today of pagan pilgrimage. Of course, you know, I think you can have any faith, any belief system and get something out of pilgrimage. But I'm coming at it from one perspective. As somebody who is, I suppose, loosely within the pagan umbrella, for want of a better term, I think of my path as Bardic, and that's, you know, what I call myself, having been called that by my community in Bath, the Bard of Bath, when I won the Bardic chair there. So for me, my creativity is my spiritual path. You know, the two go hand in hand together. So I've been visiting sites like Stonehenge for a long, long time. I first went to Stonehenge in the late 80s. So, you know, I'm sure you were there long before that. And I know this is connected to the 35th anniversary of the Battle of the Beanfield. So that's a very powerful anniversary. But I first went there in the late 80s on a geography field trip. I remember doing a sketch of Stonehenge, which I've still got, I'm really proud of, and a bit of foolscap paper. And I've been going to these sites ever since. And yeah, before I really realized what they were about, why I was being drawn to them, I might have seen shots of them on TV in the 70s as a child on things like Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World or things like that, you know, or Doctor Who, or, you know, Children of the Stones. I might have seen clips of these weird places and thought, well, what's going on there? That was interesting. So I started to gravitate to those places. And, you know, for a long time now, I've been making pilgrimage to these places. And like I say, I first went to Stonehenge in the late 80s, and Avebury not long after that. And now I live within walking distance of Avebury. And once I did a 4-day walk to Avebury along the Ridgeway, and that really changed my perception of that place. It's so different from just rocking up there, you know, getting out of your car, getting off, you know, a coach, which sometimes I know you have to do, but having walked there over 4 days from the Thames Valley, it transformed my perception. And I became convinced that the Ridgeway, the oldest road in Europe, as it's called, this Neolithic trackway, is a processional route designed to prepare pilgrims for their arrival in the sacred temple landscape of Avebury. It does this really interesting thing as you start to approach. You think you're, getting really close. As you come around the corner from Barbury Castle, you see it in the distance, or some of the surrounding hills, and you think, I'm nearly there. But then it does this weird thing, and it takes you along the side, away from Avebury, and there's this really interesting phenomenon that takes place with Silbury Hill. It keeps doing this peekaboo effect behind Woden's Hill, and sometimes you see it and sometimes you don't. And it's a bit like a striptease, for want of a better word. You can't just step straight into the mystery of the goddess. You have to come to it in a circuitous way. It's almost like you're being seduced by that landscape. And so you're taken to the end of the Ridgeway, to its terminus, to Seven Barrows, and to the sanctuary. And then you go along the avenue. And I feel that pilgrims would have spent the night probably at the sanctuary, which would have been a kind of wooden henge, in preparation for that final journey. That's why I intuited. But I remember when I got to the sanctuary, which now is just a load of postal markers, and it didn't seem like a special place, but at one point it was. But I remember getting there and feeling so grateful, like literally falling to my knees, kissing the ground, because that is the terminus of the Ridgeway, and in a way symbolically marked the end of my journey. But then I walked the last few hundred yards along the stone avenue into Avebury, and it completely transformed my perception of the whole place. I felt like I'd earned it, that I'd become worthy of it in some way, rather than just driving there. And Alix seems to appreciate that, so thank you. It's the same with Machu Picchu or any place like this. If you make the effort, it just transforms your whole consciousness. And I remember the first real conscious pilgrimage I actually made was to Croagh Patrick on the west coast of Ireland, near Westport. I've seen this footage of this incredible sacred mountain on a program by Frank Delaney called The Celts. Long time since I've seen it. But I saw this pilgrimage mountain with all these people walking up it, often barefoot, and thinking, wow, I've got to go there, even though I'm not a Catholic. But like a lot of these sites, there's this concatenation of narratives, pagan or Celtic and Christian and Druidic and so on and so forth. So Croagh Patrick is a very old mountain. It's a mountain of Crom Crow, the bent-backed one, some kind of chthonic deity of the Celtic peoples, and it's obviously become a very important site to the Catholic faith, with the Stations of the Cross on the way. But I think you can go there with almost any faith and get something out of it. And so I did actually hitch all the way to Ireland to make pilgrimage to Croagh Patrick for Lunasa, the first Sunday in August, which is the traditional time to go up it. And that was so empowering for me. That was really the first conscious pilgrimage I made in '91, I think it was, and that was transformative. My talk today is exploring the nature of pilgrimage, but from a more pagan perspective. And that, of course, is a broad church, covers a multitude of sins. But there are many, many Christian pilgrimage sites, and they're fantastic, like Santiago de Compostela and so on. But I've never felt so drawn to them because they don't mean so much to me. I could appreciate them on a cultural level. And I know there is sometimes overlap in these sites, but I'm interested in creating pagan pilgrimage sites or routes in a similar way I've done with literary pilgrimage routes that I've created. I've researched and written quite a few features on literary walks or pilgrimages. I like to kind of go to places associated with particular writers, particular books, particular groups of writers, and then I can create a walk around it. So I've been doing these literary pilgrimages for a while, but this talk today is more focused on pagan pilgrimage, but also the sense of walking myth, this idea of walking myth. So it's kind of a way of exploring narrative in a very experiential way. a very embodied way. I think that's the best way I found to receive wisdom, and I've written about this in various articles, this experiential approach that I have to research, to writing. I feel I have to go somewhere, have an experience, a full body experience, before I can write about it with any degree of authenticity. So rather than coming from a place of pure intellect, I like to kind of come from a more embodied place. Oh, various people joining us, that's great. So welcome everybody. I'm talking today about walking myth and pagan pilgrimage. I was just talking about some of the pilgrimages I've done over the years, Stonehenge, Avebury, Patrick on the west coast of Ireland. This is a theme very tangible to me at the moment, because I've just completed a 5-day pilgrimage to Glastonbury for the summer solstice, taking everything with me, the full pack, and still aching from that. It was, you know, powerful as these things are. You know, I had some days of sun, some days of heavy rain, but it was great to make the effort to be on Glastonbury tour for the summer solstice sunrise, such as it was. It was a bit overcast yesterday morning, but I felt transformed from making that effort. Rather than just driving there or riding there, I kind of walked there over 5 days, literally from my doorstep, and it's about 16 miles or so. You know, it was really satisfying to make this connection from where I live now with this place, Glastonbury, which has been a special place for me for a long time. You know, I've been a long distance walker for a while now, and every year around this time, I like to take a digital detox, cut loose, leave it all behind, because I do a lot of work online as a lecturer, teaching and marking and editing and so on. So to leave all that behind, spend a couple of weeks walking. So for the last few years, I've been doing that, and they've been getting increasingly longer. So I mentioned about Ridgeway. I did the kind of western half of the Ridgeway from the Thames Valley in the early noughties, and that was about 40 something miles. Then I did Hadrian's Wall with my partner Chantal Smith, 2014 I think it was, and that's 84 something miles, and that was really interesting. The year after, the West Highlands Way, which is about 100 miles, that's going from the lowlands to the Highlands of Scotland. So every year I started to go a bit further, and it became a bit ridiculous. By the end I was doing like 212-mile walks, 267-mile walks. You know, I did the Pennine Way, which is a really long walk, and for our country anyway. And I kind of, although I enjoyed all those, I kind of thought at some point that, you know, why am I doing this? You know, why am I making all this effort to kind of walk between two sometimes arbitrary geographical locations, following a route that somebody has devised at some point? And, you know, I got a lot out of it in a way. In many ways, I used it for my creative process to write poems and so on along the way. But, you know, last year I had a bit of a catharsis or an epiphany, and I decided to try a different approach. So to give you the background for that, last year, following this pattern of these long distance walks, I did the coast to coast, or the Wainwright Way, which runs across the north of England, traditionally from St. Bees, the coast of Cumbria, to Robin Hood's Bay. 192 miles. It can vary depending on which routes you do, but roughly around that. And I decided to do it almost on a whim from east to west. Actually, everybody does it from west to east, and I don't know why. I think maybe the only reason is because the guy who created it, Alfred Wainwright, who lived in the Lake District and wrote these beautiful little illustrated guides to walking in the Lake District, he obviously started from his neck of the woods in the Lake District and went from the west to the east. But it made more sense to me to start on the east coast and build up to the Lake Districts, Lake District, to save that to last. Otherwise, it would seem like a bit of an anticlimax. So it was more or less for that reason that I decided to go from east to west. What happened? I ended up undertaking an accidental pilgrimage. So I left in early June last year, And as it turned out, it meant I arrived literally at the other point, St. Bees in Cumbria, on the 23rd of June, which turned out to be the day associated with the local saint there, St. Beggar. And I'm just going to like tell you a little bit about her story. But it just transformed my whole experience. It went from being this kind of like walk that some guy had invented to being a pilgrimage. It really transformed my experience, and it really kind of like built up as I got towards the solstice. I was walking through the Lake District over the solstice this time last year. Literally, I was in Grasmere, walking the footsteps of William Wordsworth, and that was beautiful and really enhanced my appreciation of that great poet and his peers. But then, you know, I had this final build up to reaching St. Bees for Midsummer's Eve. And that was so poignant because the story of St. Bees is connected to that time of year. According to the story, and of course, like a lot of these saint tales, it's apocryphal. St. Beggar was a 9th century Irish princess who, for various reasons, left Ireland, perhaps seeking greater religious freedom. She came to the coast of Cumbria, to what we now call St. Bees. There, you know, she arrived virtually penniless, even though she had been this princess. She had to pay for her passage and leave most of her worldly goods behind. So she had next to nothing when she rocked up on the coast of Cumbria. But she met the local lord, Lord Egremont, and she asked him for some land there to build a little church. Well, Lord Egremont, on his high horse, rather haughtily said, "You can have as much land as will be covered by snow on the morrow." The next day being Midsummer, that seemed very, very unlikely. And this story is echoed in other stories, the story of St. Bridget's Cloak, St. Bridget of Kildare, that is, or St. Malengel of Mid Wales. There are similar saint stories like this, where the saint ends up acquiring lots of land, sometimes through a miracle, or prayer, or canniness. And in the case of St. Beggar, when she was told this by Egremont, she prayed. And lo and behold, the next day, on Midsummer's Day, it started to snow. And it covered all the surrounding area. So that all that land became hers. It became holy ground. And later on, I mean, she founded a small chapel there and lived a long and devout life. But later on, I think it was in 1120, a monastery was founded there. And this year is the 900th anniversary of the founding of the monastery of St. Bees. And I didn't know this when I set off on this coast-to-coast walk. I found out by the time I got there, and I went to the local church and I saw these statues and shrines, and you know, found out about St. Bees' story. But you know, like I said, I ended up becoming an accidental pilgrim. And it was such an inspiring experience. I kind of wrote various things there, and one thing I'd like to share with you is a very, very short poem that was inspired by my experience of finally rocking up there. It's literally about about a dozen lines. I ended up writing a whole article for a journal called The Pilgrim on this experience, which I called The Accidental Pilgrim. And this is the actual poem that I wrote when I arrived at St. Bees midsummer last year, and it's called A Pilgrim's Joy. My feet burn, but my heart is light. My body aches, but my spirit soars high. My worldly goods are rags and tatters, but I am wealthy beyond measure. I have walked the holy road, and I am blessed. I have walked the holy road, and I am cleansed. I have walked the holy road, and I am reborn. And that's A Pilgrim's Joy. And I wrote a whole cluster of little poems around that experience, but it was truly an epiphany a hard-won epiphany. You know, 2 weeks of full-on walking, starting in a storm, ending glorious sunshine at Midsummer, with a full pack and blisters, the whole 9 yards. You know, so having had that powerful experience, I, decided that this year I wanted to do something different. I wanted to not just do another long distance walk, tick another one off, but to create one, create my own pagan pilgrim route. I wanted to create something that was resonant for me, something that had a narrative that I could connect with. And so, I literally had this idea when I arrived at St. Bees, wrote it down in my journal at the time, and it was this: to create an Arthurian pilgrimage route connecting his birthplace in Cornwall, in Tintagel, with his supposed passing place, Glastonbury, in Somerset. I want to do this over a couple of weeks and use it to kind of walk through, to embody the Arthurian legend, mainly focusing on the story of King Arthur, as a way of connecting with my own inner sovereignty. And, same for anybody else who would join me, because, I conceived of doing this with a group of fellow pilgrims, and every day we would focus, or we would meditate upon a theme connected with the Arthuriad. And that night we would share anything that come to us, any insights, any reflections, poems, songs, stories, and so on. I don't know if at this point, Thomas, I'm able to share my screen at all. No worries if not. It still is not letting me do that, but I could share the actual page which outlines this. Otherwise, don't worry. So I kind of, when I got home, started to research this route. Obviously there are various footpaths around there. There's the southwest coastal path which follows the coast, but I wanted to do some that connected to some of the sites. And I actually had done a recce of this route 1 year, and it was like hard work. I tried to walk from the north coast of Cornwall to the south coast, visiting places like Castle Dinas, which is associated with the legend of Tristan and Isolde, various other Arthurian places through Cornwall. But it was really hard going. A lot of it ended up being along the road in heavy rain, and it just felt like I was going across the grain somehow. It didn't flow. So I rethought my route, and actually have devised a different route, one that's more or less does a diagonal from Tintagel, I suppose it's northeast, up towards Glastonbury. And I realized that this will be overlapping with a lot of the Michael and Mary line, significant pair of ley lines that run diagonally up the country from Michael's Mount all the way to the east coast, passing through places like Stonehenge, Avebury, Glastonbury. So I did some research into that as well, and I thought that'd be really powerful to walk this route over this period, culminating in Glastonbury at the solstice, to literally walk the route of the sun, the route of the golden king of our native tradition here, King Arthur, at this time, as a way of connecting with our own inner sovereignty. And this could be, the divine king or the divine queen. Because I feel at this time we are suffering from a dearth of good leadership. There are a lot of bad leaders out there in the world right now. And rather than to expect them to descend like avatars from above to right all wrongs, we need to find that within ourselves, to step up to our own inner king or inner queen. I see people nodding there. That's great. I think some of you are obviously doing that already. And I've worked with various archetypes over the years, from the Fool and the Magician onwards. But, I feel, at this time in my life that I need to try and connect with that inner kingship, especially. It's interesting that when I lived in Bath and when I won the Bardic Chair Bath, I was connecting with the king there, the legendary King Bladed, the winged king, the flying king of Bath. And, he's part of this lineage that Geoffrey of Monmouth, that's brilliant storyteller, came up with in the 12th or 13th century in his History of the Kings of Britain, which also includes King Arthur. So when I was in Bath, I connected with Bladed, but now I feel I want to connect more with Arthur again, because I have in the past several times, I have these periods of complete obsession with King Arthur, and I kind of overdose on him. I end up getting Arthurian fatigue, and I just have to step away and leave it alone for a few years. My last kind of intensive phase was around millennium, and I did a whole 2-hour show with a group of storytellers I'm in called Five Springs, and the show was called Arthur's Dream, which was a kind of retelling of the story of Arthur with songs and stories and poems, and that was a really powerful journey. But you know, after that, I needed to let it go for a bit. Actually, the last kind of book of the Windsmith series, Thomas, part of which I wrote at the Castle of the Muses, your former home in Scotland, was part of that return to Arthur. The 5th volume of that, This Fearful Tempest, is my kind of Arthurian novel. Everybody has to write an Arthurian novel at some point. Well, that was mine, and that was really interesting to kind of visit him in a kind of fantasy genre setting. I actually imagined an alternative Second World War, which involved King Arthur coming back to right all wrongs, but it was very much a kind of anti-fascist narrative, which is timely because we need those sort of energies, strong warrior and magician energies, to combat the evil that's in the world now, you know, this darkness that's in the world now. And, you know, I think we need to find out within ourselves to kind of fight for the light in this time of darkness. So I created this Arthurian pilgrimage. But then, you know, as John Lennon said, you know, life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. The pandemic happened. I had planned this whole thing over this month with a group of people. Obviously, that wasn't viable. The campsites closed and so forth. And I was actually, you know, set on doing it myself anyway. But then I realised that it was, you know, impractical and irresponsible as well to try and do that by myself. You know, wild camping would have been hard work for 2 weeks, you know, without anywhere to, like, you know, get any resources, a wash now and again, some fresh water. As I found on my recent mini version of that, it's really hard just to get a fill up of your bottle, which is the one essential that you need. So unfortunately that didn't happen this month, but it will happen at some point. And, you know, I'm hoping that once the route becomes established, that it will become a kind of rite of passage for people that want to connect with their own inner sovereignty. Like I say, it's a site, it's a route, a pilgrimage route that connects Tintagel with Glastonbury Tor, about 140 miles. It can be done over 2 weeks, or it can be done in stages. And I would really love for it to become a way for people in kingship or queenship, a bit like, you know, a sort of spiritualized version of the Duke of Edinburgh would, you know. Obviously, people could do it for various reasons, but, you know, it'd be lovely if it would become some way for people to connect with this quality that we need right now, this inner leadership quality. And, you know, I was hoping to make this pilgrimage a kind of modern Canterbury Tales with storytelling and singing and dancing and so on along the way. But obviously that wasn't quite meant to happen like this time round. But it is there as an idea. I blogged about it, and, you know, if I'm able to at some point share, oh, I think I can now. Thank you, Thomas. I will share the screen, which just illustrates it. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Don't need to read all this now, but I will show you this. And if you're sharing your screen, yep. So yeah, there's the blog I did on that. I think I posted that at the winter solstice in the last year, as a call to venture for people to join me on the routes. And I did get some interest, but then obviously it wasn't viable this time around. But it is there on my blog, the Bardic Academic, if you're interested in that. So I'll unshare that for now because it's kind of making the page a bit cluttered. So what can I say? Well, so instead of doing that longer walk over 2 weeks, and very, very difficult at the moment logistically, I did one for my doorstep, a mini version, still to Glastonbury for the solstice, but without having to use any public transport, which one wants to avoid at the moment, or having to worry about, being too far away from home in case anything happened and so on. So I did this walk from the Marble Downs to Glastonbury, from the chalk to the limestone, which was, really interesting just to kind of experience that transition and different qualities of the landscape. The marvellous chalk downs around Avebury to the Mendip Hills with their limestone and their caves and their gorges, and then the Somerset levels. So quite an interesting overlay, narrative arc. And partly the reason I wanted to do that was to connect the final part of the intended pilgrimage, the Arthurian pilgrimage, which would have ended at Glastonbury, with Avebury, because this is a continuation of the Michael Mary line. So by doing this section now, it means when I do the intended walk from Tintagel to Glastonbury, I would literally have walked all that section of the Michael Mary line, connecting Tintagel with my very doorstep. It would be very satisfying to know that there's literally a route that I can take all the way from where I live, all the way to Tintagel, which would be about 200 miles. And it would literally bring the legend directly into my life. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here with this idea of walking myth. That myth isn't something that happens elsewhere. It's happening all around us all of the time. And it's kind of easier to kind of realize that by obviously walking through a mythic landscape. But I think we can mythologize the landscape as well. We can, be inspired by certain landmarks, and we can create our own legends around them, as really that's been happening for a long time. At some point, somebody somewhere came up with these legends, these myths, maybe inspired by this knoll, that spring, that woodland. And although, we can critique the association of, say, King Arthur with Tintagel of King Arthur, they have found evidence of some kind of settlement there from the 6th century. They have found some kind of stone that is inscribed to somebody called Arturo or Arturus, I think. That was quite recently. There are all sorts of tantalizing connections with that place, but I don't feel I have to literalize it for it to have any meaning for me. I can engage with something on a mythic level or mythopoeic level, a myth-making level, and find meaning and connection with it myself. I don't have to completely believe that Arthur even lived, to connect with his legend. And there are many sites in Britain, Arthur's graves. On the Isles of Scilly, there are 2 Arthur's graves, 2 for the price of 1. So, the once and future king was buried many, many times. And, obviously in Glastonbury, there's this tenuous connection with Arthur historically, because the monks of Glastonbury Abbey found his grave there, with Guinevere buried next to him, about 6 years after the abbey had been burnt down. So it was a very convenient money spinning exercise. So that's a very cynical kind of like interpretation of it, but that's the historical truth. And also at that time, there was lots of surliness in the Welsh hills and to quash the Welsh rebellion, which was troubling Henry II, I think. It was decided that it would be really useful to find Arthur's grave, because that would once and for all quash any possibility of him coming back as a kind of like rebel hero. If he's dead and buried, then he's not going to come back and fight the English. And so to find his grave at that time also. But nevertheless, Glastonbury is a very magical, numinous place. I walked there last week over 5 days. It has many legends with or associations with different legends like Gwynedd Nod and Glastonbury Tor and so on. So it's a very powerful, numinous place. So to connect those two places seemed like a meaningful thing to do. A form of a kind of British dream time, at risk of cultural appropriation by using that term. I'm not claiming it to be an actual song line in the Aboriginal sense, but it could be our version of it. So yeah, there are these 3 ideas basically that I really think are key to what I'm talking about here. One is mythologizing the landscape. The second is activating the archetypes of the old gods within ourselves. And the third is this idea of narrativizing our lives, of living myth. Because as a storyteller, I think these are brilliant structures to engage with, and having told many of them, I find they transform me as I'm performing them. When I start to tell stories of gods or kings or queens or warriors, I feel those energies stir within myself. It's a very powerful magic, one of the oldest of magics, really. It's kind of an invocation to tell a story of a famous warrior or magical place. Those energies start to stir within yourself. So it's starting to wind up now, and maybe if there's time for any questions, that'd be great. Now, I'm very aware that this whole endeavor could be critiqued through the kind of angle of mobility. If you have mobility issues, then it's a bit kind of able-bodied, this whole thing. So I don't think these mythic journeys have to be so epic, 2 weeks, 200 miles. They can be done on your doorstep. They can be done over a short period of time. To give you a couple of examples to start to finish off with, a couple of years ago, I led an overnight pilgrimage for the solstice when I was living in Stroud, and I called it Walking to the Light. And it started as a little walk I did with a dear friend of mine, Anthony Nansen, and we literally walked it together from the centre of the 5 valleys to Selsley Common to this long barrow at Coley Peak called Nymphsfield Long Barrow, and then we kind of like retrace our steps a bit to see the sunrise from Selsley Barrow. And it was a really powerful, profound experience. It was so powerful to just walk from the darkness to the light. And that time I remember setting an intention that I kind of embodied as I walked it. I made that little journey a prayer, an act of prayer to walk. It wasn't over 24 hours, it was just literally overnight, literally the shortest night of the year. So I think we started at midnight, finished at sunrise, so 4 or 5 hours, which was enough actually, because without a night's sleep, everything starts to become really strange. And that was part of the experience, really. It transformed our perception just to walk through that familiar landscape in the darkness. And by aligning ourselves with the turn of the earth, felt very powerful. It felt like we was literally helping to make the sun rise with our effort, walking towards the light, walking towards the rising sun. Felt really powerful. So you could do that without having to go far at all. You could do it as a time-based journey rather than a spatial journey. So you could literally sit in your back garden and hold vigil overnight. That would be, I think, still a kind a pilgrimage. And the other form of pilgrimage I wanted to share is something I'm doing at the moment. I'm living on the Marlborough Downs, and I'm undertaking a deep mapping project of the area. Deep mapping is a term I've grabbed from a great writer called Nan Shepherd, who wrote about it in a book called The Living Mountain. She was a writer who lived up in the Cairngorms. Looks like the cat is making a pilgrimage across your screen there, Frigga. Fantastic. And, you know, she had this long-term relationship with the Cairngorms, and she wrote about it in an exquisite book called The Living Mountain. And she said this really profound thing, that you don't walk up a mountain, you walk into a mountain. And she said there's too much emphasis on the summit, the peak, which seems to be quite a masculine thing. There are great female mountaineers out there as well, but, you know, there's an obsession with the peak experience, which says something about our lives, our obsession with the highlights, when actually it's the whole mountain. The whole mountain deserves your attention. All those little nooks and crannies. You know, you don't walk up a mountain, you walk into a mountain. And, you know, she got to get to know that landscape of the Cairngorms over a long period of time, over a lifetime. And, you know, I'm not claiming to do anything quite like that, but on a local level, especially at the moment, in the midst of lockdown, when we haven't been able to go far, I've been engaged in this deep mapping project of my local mythscape through poetry, through sketching. I like to go out for a day with my notebook and my sketchbook and just, like, you know, visit a couple of places and just spend time at them and imbibe their genius loci and maybe write a poem if a poem comes, or some notes, make a sketch, or even do a painting. And I've really enjoyed doing that. And so over the coming months, over the coming years, perhaps all those things will build up into a kind of very subjective map of that landscape. And it's interesting that from my doorstep, there's this route called the Herapath, which runs up from Avebury and is also known as Green Street. But the Herapath was a route devised during the time of King Alfred to enable his troops to get to places swiftly. And I'm really interested in that because it's a lovely word anyway, the Herapath or hare path or hero path. It's the same prefix as Hereward the Wake. And I'm, you know, loosely calling this whole deep mapping project the Herapath project. And it's interesting that it's connected me with King Alfred, another king who I have this connection with now as a lecturer working at the University of Winchester. And Winchester is a place where Alfred had his capital. And there's also the round table in the hall there. So there's this lovely connection with another king. So it's a local way of connecting with that inner sovereignty, perhaps. So just to give you a couple of examples there that don't involve like massive journeys, you know, literally it could be done on your doorstep. So it's about finding those connections locally, creating sacred space and sacred time. That's what it comes down to, really. So to finish off with, just a brief kind of conclusion then. Yes, truly pagan pilgrimage, or this idea of walking myth, begins on your doorstep in your local universe. You know, really it's about awakening perception, you know, in the everyday, sanctifying the everyday. Pilgrimage facilitates epiphanies, but, you know, little epiphanies can occur on a daily basis wherever you live with that shift of perception, and by stepping into the Arwen. So it's, you know, perhaps easier to do that when you're on some sort of official pilgrimage, but literally you can take each day as a kind of mini pilgrimage and shift our perceptions and wake up to the Arwen in the moment. So that's my talk on Walking Myth, Pagan Pilgrimage. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share those thoughts with you. I'd love to hear any reflections or comments if we've got time for that, Thomas, but thank you very much.
We've got 10 minutes or so. Thank you very much. That was fascinating, Kevan, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. So I have one question just to fire off, and then other people Do you do your pilgrimages alone, or do you go with your partner or other friends, or what?
Mainly by myself. Like most of these long distance walks by myself. I did Hadrian's Wall with Chantal, but after that, she kind of got put off the idea of these long, sweaty walks, carrying all your kit. I don't know why. I mean, you can use luggage transfer companies and so on, and that can make a big difference, but it's not for everybody. So I've mainly done them by myself, but I have at times been joined by friends, and that's been really nice. Even if it's just for a day or two on a 2-week walk, it can be really nice just to have that connection. So on my recent 5-day walk, I had one day when I connected with an old friend, and she walked half the day with me, and that was really nice. So I'm very happy to do long walks by myself, but also it's nice to share the walk with people sometimes. And I really wanted this Arthurian pilgrimage to be a kind of group experience, but hopefully that'll happen at some point.
And Yana, yeah. Right, so other questions. Who wants to go next? Just unmute yourself and step up. Yeah. Alex, you do.
Like that, I had the gag removed from one's mouth. That's what Whitman called it. Oh, is Pete or Peter's partner trying to speak? It's muted at the moment. Can't hear you. Somebody looks like they're trying to speak. Can you unmute them, Thomas?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Unmute.
I'm trying.
Hello. I would just like to make a couple of comments, because I think that was a really interesting speech that you've done, Kevan. The two things I wanted to make comments was, one, Peter's done a book on alchemy, and one of the things I find interesting, the connection with what you've said, is you can have a slow route or a fast route, like going through a labyrinth to get sort of enlightenment, or as you say, an epiphany or a kind of change of mindset. And I think one of the reasons why long routes are very good is because of the connectivity that you get meeting people on the way, which sort of really just shifts. And I totally agree with you about the power of landscape, because when you spend a lot of energies, you are becoming much more in tune. I like very much the idea of not just arriving in a car, but walking somewhere. I walked up Machu Picchu, a long route to get to Machu Picchu. And I think the journey to get somewhere is as important as getting somewhere. So Peter's here now, but there's another thing I just wanted to say. If you're interested in your walk from, there is a man called Hamish Miller, who's very good as a shaman. He wrote a lot about earth energies in the area you're working in. Yes,
thank you. I've used a fair bit of the Sun and Serpent as an initial guide and inspiration. And somebody has mapped the Michael Mary line as a route across at least the southwest of England, using their book as the initial source. Hi.
Good. As far as St. Edmunds.
Yeah.
In the east, yeah.
But yeah, certainly that thing the lady said, sorry, I don't know her name, about the encounters
Liz.
on the way.
I'm called Liz.
Yeah.
Hello, Liz. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, when you talk by yourself, you're not in a kind of bubble. It can be nice as well, but to share it with your partner, with a dear friend or a group of friends, but you are in that kind of bubble then. If you're by yourself, I've found, you can have some lovely connections with people, and sometimes it's been a wordless exchange on a hillside in the middle of nowhere, and it might not be anything more than a certain look in that person's eye as you're walking in, the opposite direction. Because on the walk last year, coast to coast, I was the only one literally doing it from east to west. So everybody else I met was coming the opposite way, and sometimes, we just nod or say hello. But sometimes, we had these profound connections with people in the middle of a hillside, mountainside. And it's been really lovely to sort of see that light in people's eyes and sort of non-verbal communication. And sometimes we've had just a few little words, and it might be about, you know, the weather, but you know there's something else going on there as well, and you know, it's really profound. I've loved some of those connections. Also, and sometimes, you know, you've had a brilliant night with somebody in the middle of nowhere and some bothy, and that can be brilliant as well. And you might not see them again. I love when you have a connection with somebody and you don't know anything about them, their story, and they don't know anything about you, your story, and there's no scripts there, and you can have a profound, meaningful conversation with them without actually finding out even their name. And I kind of like that, really, that you can connect on a kind of emotional level or soul level with somebody without finding out their profession, their income, their status, whatever, and you just take them on face value as another human being alive on this planet, you know, in that moment. And those are really profound, those connections, you know.
Yes, I agree with that.
And you can meet very powerful teachers. In one of my most formative meetings just like that was in a cafe on an island off Japan, and I met a man, and he said we couldn't speak, but we communicated where we were from, and I said England, as you know, you might, and he said the world, and that me such a who had no idea what his name was, no idea. We couldn't communicate in language, but what a fantastic teacher at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if nobody else is bursting with questions.
Can we get a picture?
I don't know why. I think it's to do with your friend here, sweetie.
Anyway, we can't see ourselves yet, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think I agree with you, because I had the experience. Went up camping 2 days ago, just before the solstice, to see the solstice in the morning. But I was on my own and with a rucksack and a stick. I met this bloke who was just on his own, about 10 o'clock at night. And he said, "Oh, are you going to camp?" And I sort of said, "I wasn't." It was a common overlooking the sea, so it was fish. I couldn't sleep camp there. But I said, "Oh, maybe," but you know. But he just, you know, he said, "Great, you know, just enjoy yourself." And I said, "I come here for the solstice." And as you say, you can meet people like that. I've done it all my life, and you suddenly realise that they can either be as Liz as a teacher, or you can just have a non-verbal connection, communication.
Yes, absolutely. That's great to hear, Peter. Good for you. And I hope I'm, you know, doing these sort of things, these little adventures, you know, for a long time. Yeah. I've been put to shame by some older walkers. Like I met, you know, in some quite cool places. I call them senior citizen super hikers, but sometimes, you know, they're going twice the rate I am with twice the pack, and like hats off to them. You know, they're like amazing, like, you know, as tough as mountain goats.
I was quite friendly with Hamish Miller, and he really strode across. We used to go to Maryvale. Now, obviously, he's a great dowser. So he was sort of just work out the energies of the stones, but he's like that. He was like that. He did quite a long time. He was earlier, you probably know, he had a very serious heart attack, and he thought they all three had died. But he came back, and he was a very vigorous guy, you know, and he lived quite a long time. And he used to stride across moors and all sorts.
Incredible. Well, I think of it, I've got just one little thing to add, Thomas, very quickly. This idea of non-anthropocentric communication, because some of the most beautiful connections I had or have had on many of my walks have been with animals. And this has been facilitated a lot by this thing I started to do, singing. This happened by almost accident on the West Highland Way, just to keep myself going. I decided to sing a song, and it really transformed my experience of that landscape. And so over the subsequent walks, I created a walker's songbook, and every day I would like learn a new song or kind of remind myself of one and sing it to keep myself going. Bellowing my heart out in the middle of nowhere, very satisfying. It didn't matter what it sounded like, But what happened is that it transformed my connection with animals. I had some beautiful connections with, you know, sheep, with cows, hares, deer, and often they would stop and look and really be interested, and I'd have some really magical encounters with animals this way. It seemed to really transform the energy, like I had a ewe and its lamb coming right up to me and letting me stroke them, because I had been singing Jerusalem at that point, you know, the Lamb of God and all that, and it was really interesting that, you know, it seemed to facilitate this kind of deep connection with the natural world through song. So yeah, I'll leave you with that thought.
Okay, so I'm going to ask sort of one final question, and then we're going to move on. We've got a speaker from Avebury, so she's with your neighbour, the Peace Druid of Avebury, no less. So, but I can't resist making a couple of points before we move on, and I'm just going to give the headings. These could be much longer points, right?
Yeah.
I want to, these are headings for much longer points. First is peace demonstrations and marches as symbolic pilgrimages.
Yeah.
The Aldermaston, etc.
Mm.
That's just a heading for a long discussion, right? And I'd like you, Kevan, to invent some new peace pilgrimages, which are also peace marches, right?
Oh, okay.
London, he was Catholic Monsignor, very deeply into interfaith stuff, a French-Belgian priest. He invented the interfaith peace pilgrimage of London, and they went to the Gurdwara, the mosque, the temples, the Sikh things, the Catholic Church and Westminster Abbey. And it was an annual event. It took like a day. They went around all these sacred sites. And it was a symbol that we are a multicultural, multi-faith nation. We will not do racism and religious bigotry. He's dead, Brother Theoharis. But something like that I think we need. So anyway, that's the heading, right?
Yeah.
The second point I've got to make is simply Jain gurus do not travel in transport. They walk only. And the guys I've met in India, these are like the Dalai Lamas of the Jains. They measure their kudos by the number of miles they've walked.
Yeah.
And I've met 100,000 miles walker, and they literally go from village to village across India, barefoot, teaching peace, walking down the dusty roads. All they have is a little knapsack and a staff, and they have about 50 disciples with them. You know, they go as an entourage. And just want to say that this peace tradition of walking in India is still alive. It's amazing.
Yes, I mean, there was the amazing example by Satish Kumar, who walked 8,000 miles, I understand, for peace, connecting the four major kind of powers at that time, like was it Beijing, Berlin, London, Washington, something like that. And he wrote about it in his book, Peace Pilgrim. So that's one example of many.
Well, he was a Jain. I don't know if you know, but he was a Jain. And he was a disciple of Acharya Tulsi, who I'm talking about. He was the greatest modern Jain visionary, who was born way back before India got independence. And Acharya Tulsi,
the idea of peace pilgrimage, all these marches going on at the moment, amazing. It seems when we want change, we have to move. We have to go on a journey, you know, whether it's a march, a pilgrimage, it seems to be one way of externalizing this desire for change, you know, real change in the world. So yeah, this idea of a mass pilgrimage.
That's different to like the Peasants' Revolt was a walk, a march, but it had a different agenda. I'd love to know more about the history of the peace demonstration and the peace walk. For instance, during the English Civil War, an unknown fact is that a bunch of women, many hundreds strong, from both Protestant Parliament and Royalist factions, ringed Parliament. They had a peace demonstration. They ringed Parliament, i.e. the whole of the complex of the building, and said, we're not going to let you go till you make peace. We're sick of this civil war. And unfortunately, you know, they didn't succeed. They were broken up by the parliamentary troops. But that was a peace demonstration in Royalist Britain or Civil War Britain. I'd love to know more about, you know, the history of the Peace March.
Yes.
And then my final comment was simply my daughter, Shanti Grace, who isn't with us, sadly. You know, she had her Viva today.
Oh, wow.
She's doing a PhD on pilgrimage and poetry at Cambridge. At Cambridge, and she's focusing on Wordsworth. So when you said you've done the Grasmere work, I must get you in touch with Shanti. She would love to come and sit at your feet. And,
yeah, well, likewise, her feet. I mean, there's a big kind of anniversary this year, isn't there, up in the Lake District with Wordsworth. I think it's the 250th anniversary of either his birth or death. And yeah, there's a massive thing on there. Well, you know, maybe it's online now, but they had planned this thing at Dove Cottage.
Yeah, it's online, yeah.
And yeah, this is a significant year for Wordsworth, and he was such a great walker. I mean, somebody estimated he had done something like 40,000 miles in his lifetime, something like that. He was quite a walker.
Okay, so he's up there with the Janes.
Sorry?
He's up there with the Janes then.
Yeah, fearsome walker. But yeah, it'd be interesting to hear about your daughter's thesis. Sounds fascinating. So best of luck to her for that. I'm sure she's going to pass with flying colours.
No, it's not the full Viva. This is just the Viva that goes for the first chapter. Cambridge is this thing. You submit the chapter, then you get a little Viva, and then they let you go on.
Oh gosh, all right, okay.
And then my final point, again a heading, there's not time to do it justice, is Aristotelian peripatetic school of philosophy.
Yes, absolutely. Well, as a lecturer who has to like move around the country depending on where I can get my next contract, I feel a bit peripatetic these days. But yeah, and you know, he would walk with his students, from what I understand, and have these kind of you know, colloquies with them, and
He'd do his teaching on the walk, and that was his esoteric classes. So if you're canny, you'll set up Bardic academic walks, and you give your esoteric teachings out on the way to wherever. You know.
Yeah, well, I had planned a series of fortnightly Bardic walks from Avebury, and then that was all kiboshed by COVID, so I had to revive them if I can at some point. But I did want to say, actually, that I have planned, I don't know if it's okay to mention this, but something in a couple of months. This was before the pandemic all kicked off, but I had planned a Bardic day in Avebury on the 22nd of August. And obviously that's all a bit up in the air at the moment. I still have the booking for the village hall, but yeah, it would be, I suppose, unwise to try to plan anything face to face at the moment. But maybe, you know, inspired partly by this fantastic event you put on today, Thomas, I might do that online. And if I do, it'd be lovely to have contributions from around the world, and you know, share the Arwen and keep the Arwen flowing. So you know, this could be a way of keeping what's happening today going in a couple months' time.
That'd be lovely. Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Right, we'll all be there. Okay, let's move on. Thank you so much, Kevan. We love you. Let's move on to Alix, who is from Avebury.
Yes, I thought I recognised
You
that.
have to unmute your phone, my dear.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Can you see me?
We can, yes.
Good. Thank you, Thomas. Kevan, thank you for that talk. It really was, I don't know, you brought a lot to mind, a lot of things that I've already thought that had forgotten, and you're spot on with feeling the land as you walk on your pilgrimage, and you get these new insights, epiphanies. You know, just it dawns on you, just, you know, looking at a blade of grass, the color of a flower, you know, just the questioning of all of it. So thank you. I found your talk very informative, Kevan. Thank you. Solstice blessings, everyone. And Thomas, thank you for inviting me here to talk today. And also in creating this opportunity for all of us to share. I know that, you know, you've been working hard behind the scenes to get it all together. So thank you. I'm sure everybody's listened to some very profound, experienced and well-informed people today, with a little light intervention on the way. So who am I? And why am I an advocate for peace? I will explain. I've written this down because I've basically, this weekend, I've also been on pilgrimage. I had to walk 7.6 miles to my destination for the solstice rise this morning, and my moon meditation that was, I think it's south of Bristol on the Mendips. It was just stunning. But yes, the walk almost lowers your body so that you can think at a different pace and you've got so much freedom. You don't have the distractions of, I need to do this. It's almost like a defrag, I call it. But I shall go on. Okay, why am I an advocate for peace? I'll give you an overview of who I am now, but I know that I am ever evolving and I've got a lot more to learn and I enjoy it. As Thomas has introduced, I'm usually found amongst the stones or under the beech trees, honouring the solar and the lunar cycles. And I do love my spiritual journey at Avebury. Avebury's gifted a lot. I belong to both Thomas's European Peace Order, Druid Peace Order, as the Peace Druidess of Avebury. And I also belong to Terry Dobney's The Druid Order of Avebury. We have a website online, so if you ever want to get in contact with us or ask us any questions, want to know what events are on, please drop us a line. We'd love to hear from you. Okay, so that is my spiritual life. But my working life has also been a bit of a spiritual vocation, to be honest. Over the last 27 years, I've worked in military charity work, welfare, homelessness, education system, and a little bit of time done in the corporate finance sector for my sins. But I have a good insight in the workings of what goes on behind the scenes. So the charity sector. I work for the Royal British Legion in the bones of the charity. I don't work for them any longer, but I am still a volunteer and I still refer cases quite regularly to date. I find that there are many ex-serving warriors that have fallen through the net and they find it very challenging to adapt to a peaceful civilian lifestyle, emotionally, physically, and mentally. So, working within the charity sector, this has given me experience and know-how how to support and identify different people and give them access to what suits their needs. And I've classed myself as an active freelance global case worker because it's freelance. I don't get paid for this. I do it for the love. I don't identify those in need on spiritual platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram in foreign countries. And then I link them to charities on the ground within their countries. Medical needs, winter programs. So the most recent one that I've done was working in Palestine. So as a witness to the dark in man, I have come to understand that it is the experienced warrior who truly understands the real value of peace. And with this understanding, I believe that peace is possible. Even though we see it every day, we see it all around us, I do believe that it is possible. And I choose to see the opportunity and I choose to see the potential. And it reveals itself because I've allowed for the potential. I believe that peace is possible through our hearts. Even though there is tension in the air and panic everywhere, we who are blessed with the knowledge of understanding should put into practice our sacred knowledge to hold the balance and to use our combined power to even out the playing field, as we all know these times are exceptional and we all have a part to play. There's much to come to light to be healed, I believe, and transmuted in this time, this place, this space. Remember, everyone and everything is our teacher, here to guide us to becoming the best versions of ourselves. And that applies to this experience too for humanity, as a macro-micro reflection in a multitude of layers. So this brings me to my focus over solstice. And I found that this particular time over solstice was very, very potent and very powerful. And here's why. This year we have been witness to a rare occurrence over solstice. This celestial event has been uniquely loaded with the potential to expand our awareness of self and develop our consciousness and to bring into being our expanded self. And this period will continue until the next full moon, which is the third lunar eclipse, which happens on the 5th of July. The sun and the moon aligned with the earth, creating a solar eclipse during this potent transition in the solar cycle. Although not visible, the ring of fire, a new moon eclipse has incredibly powerful unseen energies at play. The triple eclipse portal with the shift in the solar daylight hours. And the last time this happened was that was 2001, and that was over 100 years. It hadn't happened for 100 years before that. And the next one isn't likely to happen until 2039. So it was a particularly potent moment. We've also got 5 planets in retrograde at the moment. But I feel that with Sirius in play, it's a bright star. And I think it brings compassion to Mercury retrograde, which is going to help us. For me, the start of this opportunity was last full moon, the first of the eclipse, anchoring and grounding these new energies and frequencies into our space to amplify and to ignite vibrational intent, allowing the true self to expand into the heart. So with the sun's first rays in the early hours of this morning, those of us who celebrated solstice, we welcomed the arrival of the sunrise after the shortest night of the year, with an early start to the day at 4:52 a.m. this morning, singing the Arwen and feeling the tones. We prepared with focus on our intentions in holding space. We were mindful to connect with those beautiful souls from around the world who feel the call and to be in the heart space of true unconditional love. Like a web spanning the globe, connecting with intention and feeling the vibrations of peace, joy, love, and using this time in this now, as we should as ancestors and custodians in this time, using what we have been privileged to understand and blessed to know. In this heart space of true unconditional love, non-judgment is the only state that creates peace, a freedom from attachment, of freedom from outcomes, and a freedom to be conscious. The world we see is only based on the level of frequency we are vibrating through. So once we shift into this consciousness, this higher consciousness of frequencies through our hearts, we will shift timelines and enter the state for the potential of new worlds to emerge. And we can create this peace in this space. We're all a work in progress, so we don't rush the process, we just feel the love. I'm excited to share this journey with those who are ready to be the light for the creation of the new way to be in our everyday practice, in our very way of being. It starts with us. If others see how our practice benefits our lives, then I feel that it's their free choice to adopt the practice and then share the way. So it's time to be the beacon and to shine bright together. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite you into your own heart space right now. And I say this prayer. and this intention. I send light and love into every heart and soul. I ask that everyone feels just how loved they are, just how important they are, just how much their presence here is needed. I send light and love into every heart and soul. May it heal them, may it support them, may it remind them of the love that surrounds them and that is them. I say thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what I'd like to say today, Thomas. And if anybody else would like to ask me something. Can't hear you.
I muted myself. Well, thank you so much, Alex. That was very eloquent and very moving. And I'm sure that, you know, all of us have much to reflect on. I think it was more like poetry than prose, that performance, actually. You have to unmute yourself.
Well, it evolved so many times, and it started off very academic. And as I read through it, and I changed this bit, and I read through it again, it's evolved into this piece. But it did start off very, very structured. But I felt that, I don't know, I felt I wanted to say it.
Yeah, no, I think, well, thank you for saying it, because it was also important for the context of this gathering as a whole. And so who's got a question for our resident spiritual agony aunt?
It's a tricky job, Thomas. Peace officer, a tricky job.
You seem to be doing it for half the veterans of the world, so I'm sure you can take on a few, solstice celebrants.
Well, if you can ask a serving soldier who's come to the realization that his belief in what he was doing and why he was doing it is not the truth, and if you can ask him to forgive himself, I think then you can have compassion for anybody else. You know?
Well, let me ask the first question, since nobody's rushing in. Comment as well as a question. Not necessarily everybody knows this. I'm not sure you know this, actually, Alex, but when I was young and innocent and didn't know anything about existing Druid groups and orders, I thought Druids were just in books and on the movies, right? And I had a secret, fascination with the matter of Britain, and John Dee was a particularly important figure in that. I came back from Canada to study the mystery of Britain, and I launched into Elizabethan esotericism before you could blink. But it was only an encounter with a veteran, an army veteran called Douglas Lyne, who I met totally randomly out of the blue. I was living in Stroud in the Cotswolds with my then partner, and organized a conference called Spiritual Resources for Peace and Justice. I was Secretary General of the World Conference on Religion and Peace. I was teaching at the University of London. We hired Prinash Abbey for a weekend, if you know it. It's a beautiful, exquisite Catholic abbey. And I was friends with a guy called Dom Sylvester Huedard, who was a monk, who was a poet and a mystic. Organized this interfaith thing in 91. I was trying to prevent World War III. I mean, hey, nothing's much changed here. Well, I invited people from all the faiths. So William Bloom came, he spoke about the New Age. A Muslim chap came from Scotland, Sufi, spoke about Sufism. And so on and so on. And this guy turned up called Douglas Lyne. He wanted to speak for the Druids. And, I didn't know there were any. Anyway, he introduced himself and we became friends for life. And he was not only a Druid, he was also on the Council of British Druid Orders, which I didn't know existed. He was their Welsh liaison officer. And he was descended from Father Ignatius of Llanthony, who was a kind of Christian Druid, interesting chap. And he told me his life story. He was a veteran of the Battle of Monte Cassino. He'd been in the 8th Army. He'd been at the Battle of Monte Cassino. And ever since then, he'd felt horrified by the war and what he'd done personally. He told me, Thomas, you know what we did? We bombed the abbey, having pledged to the abbot of Monte Cassino that we wouldn't. It was supposed to be neutral ground. Our boys dropped thousands of bombs on it and blew the entire thing to smithereens. They had to take the monks out. The abbot refused to go. He said, no, come on, the British gave their word. They wouldn't do this. Yeah, we did. And this isn't in the history books. They never talk about it. We smashed the most priceless sanctuary. It used to be a temple to Apollo before Benedict went there and founded a Christian mother church of the Benedictine order. Glastonbury was a Benedictine monastery, so was Westminster. So. Anyway, Douglas swore to me that I had to go there on pilgrimage before he died. And he'd worked ever since with Veterans to Peace. The armies that had fought there, German, Polish, English, everyone, New Zealand, they all came together and made a Veterans to Peace movement across Europe, swearing they would never let a World War III happen because they knew how horrible it would be.
Yeah.
But he was tenacious in his peace work, and he dragged me along to the Council of British Druid Orders. Said, Thomas, you're coming to join this. No discussion, you know. So that's how come I get to be what I'm doing now, because of the tenacity of an army veteran who saw the horrors of war and was working for redemption. Yeah. He also was instrumental in founding the Order of Bards, Ovates and Druids, OBOD, which some people here will have heard of, because he went along and told the young Philip Cargon to get the thing going again. When it had died, the founder had died, it was in a moribund. Douglas was the guy behind the recreation of OBOD as well. And not most people realize that, you know. And he was an army veteran. So earlier, one of the speakers on here, I'm not sure if they're still present, said there's a paradox that sometimes the greatest peace activists are people who understand anger, you know, and that you have to have that passion, anger, to get anything done, to get any peace work done. So you have to be like a warrior plus.
Yeah.
We don't use weapons. So
it's there, yeah. That's the weapon, the mind, the heart.
And like Blake said, I will not cease in mental fight, you know, and also my sword sleep in my hand. It's mental fights, it's where the war takes place in a way.
Yeah.
But I have a question for you, Alex, if there's time, if Thomas has.
Of course.
Thank you for your lovely words. It was lovely to hear you speak, and for your prayer and your solstice experience. That sounded beautiful. It's a bit more civilized than Glastonbury yesterday morning, I have to say. That was a bit of a free fall, but it was still like, yeah, beautiful. Like kind of Woodstock or something. It was a bit like Woodstock. All these kind of like people in blankets, kind of like shivering, watching the grey dawn, you know. But I was going to say something about, there's this idea, I think it's quite common in military circles, correct me if I'm wrong, that peace comes at a price. And yeah, they certainly know that. Peace comes at a price, you know, it's not free. So I wanted to ask, do you feel that peace is an absence, like an absence of war, or is it a presence? Is it something that you have to actively invoke, or is it just like a natural state of the universe?
I think that the minds of men have been hijacked. Mm. And I think that, yes, we've got that natural trait, hunter, you know, where our hunters would have to go out and be very brave sometimes to get our food. And I think, yes, they would protect our women and children, but that was a protection. That was a providing. That was, it's changed. And that emotion and that trait within the masculine for war, and there are women that also are serving personnel. I think it's been hijacked, manipulated. You know, the Romans, they had their games. They like to keep the, you know, the emotion of anger going, and, you know, make them very numb to their own emotions. And I think that's still the case today. I don't think much has changed. I think the media have a huge part to play, but I think, yes, we have a prime directive of survival, and that's where it comes from. But it doesn't have to be present all the time.
But like peace, is that something that you have to kind of like work at, that it can't just happen naturally? Is that what you think?
No, I think that I have found that there are souls that have come into this world who are very gentle, very beautiful, and they don't need that experience. But then there are souls that have come in that may have had a lot of anarchy in their lives, a lot of anger, and they project it in this life. So maybe, yes, they have to go through that to find a peace, an understanding.
I think
and the
what
value
you say about soldiers and warriors, I think it's a bit like what I was saying about kingship as well.
Yeah,
Both have
I've
shadow
heard.
sides. Yeah, and like, you know, both have positive qualities, and both are kind of needed. You know, we need to fight for what we believe in. You know, we need like warriors, like we are seeing at the moment in all the amazing Black Lives Matter protests and so on and so forth. The Extinction Rebellion warriors, you know, Greta Thunberg is a little warrior, isn't she? And yeah, we need that sort of energy, and we need.
But
like,
we're in a different time, aren't we? And we have a different understanding. We've been gifted this insight. So many of us right now in this time have been gifted this insight that we can actually birth this peace through our minds and through our hearts, just by having the discipline to change our focus, change our energy, to forgive another that's reacted to us, not taking it personally, so not perpetuating it. So I think everybody can do their bit. Does that answer you a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, true strength is often in the restraint of strength, you know, rather than the application of strength. It's been able to hold back from that initial impulse of anger or whatever. You know, the real strong people that you see are, you know, have all that within them, but they're kind of like as gentle as like babies in some ways.
Exactly that. It's that energy. You know, we're in a time of medium, you know, of medium platforms, of the internet and FaceTime and all of these gizmos. We don't necessarily have to fight physical wars. I mean, sometimes I question, you know, well, what's going to keep the balance? Because man has dominated nature. So therefore, where does the balance come into play? But that's a separate issue, a separate thing. But I do feel that in this time that we have that power, we have that knowledge. And if we just believe that we can actually do it, we could. You know, really, really believe we can. But you have to believe in yourself. You have to, I think generally people have been conditioned to trust external mediums, TV, the news, you know, this article, never to trust themselves. But I think if they connect with themselves, they will realize their power, their potential to make a difference right now in this time.
I'd love to share something with you both from a speaker earlier this last night that you missed, which is very relevant to this. And this was a chap called Dean Liprini, I think, who was speaking live from Cape Town.
Wow.
You were able to watch it in due course. He was absolutely amazing. I love this guy because he's been rediscovering the ancient prehistoric dolmen and sacred sites around Table Mountain. He's mapped them, he's written books about them, he presented film footage of them. And he showed us this dolmen through which the sun appears right on cue. And in other words, he was doing the sacred geomancy of the landscape, of this sacred tip of the African continent. And he has been working with the indigenous people, the Khoisan people, and learning their myths, their legends, and working with them to empower them to relearn them, because a lot of them have been forgotten. And he's been on this personal pilgrimage of the landscape for like 20 years, which he shared with us in an hour-long presentation last night. And what he told us is that a lot of the people in the townships outside and around Cape Town are caught up in violence, drugs, gangs. It's great to be macho, you know, how many guns you got?
Master state.
Yeah, and he said that what he's doing, he's working with these people, taking them up the mountain on pilgrimage, taking them to these sacred sites that they didn't know. And, it transforms them. If he gets them like 14, 15, they get hooked onto spirit.
Yeah.
Download of wisdom instead of the petty violence of drugs and crime and all that nonsense. So I think we should be doing the same in Britain and Europe. This guy is amazing.
Well, I tried, and I can see it linked. I haven't mentioned this, but back in 2003, I managed to get match funding. I managed to accumulate a pot of money, you know, to do programs within schools, can do art, so it's role play. We used a lot of Louise Hay, empowering, and I think that is the key. We as a nation don't invest in our youngsters emotionally. We don't invest in, we used to, but we don't anymore. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Yes, if we can take more and more children away, or young adults, sorry, away from these holes in society, really. I mean, the military do want to do it. I worked with cadets quite a lot, and I could see the benefit in youngsters going into cadets, so that they would learn skills, they would have a sense of camaraderie, they would feel empowered. But then again, I don't want it from a military point of view. I would rather it come from us as, you know, a society, rather than implemented by another establishment too.
It's something that the pagan community, the spiritual community, the Druid community, we should work on and come together over, it seems to me.
Can I just add something else, Thomas? When you were talking about the lecturer yesterday that was speaking, and you mentioned the Xhosa tribe. Now, the Xhosa tribe are the direct descendants of the San people, the very first.
Yeah, these are the ones he's working with.
Yeah.
Because can you just tell us briefly, I don't think you had a chance, but you spent part of your life in South Africa, didn't you?
I'm actually South African, yes, but I'm British, but I was born in South Africa. I lived there up until I was 12, and then with the ending of apartheid, came back to the UK. I went to a multicultural school. I was in a convent. I was in a Jesuit convent, which all the girls in my class were from various different nations. They were all daughters of delegates, ambassador daughters. I think China, Korea, Uganda, Germany, France. So there was not one of us that was the same nationality. So I had a different perspective of South Africa in my school, because I was friends with a variety of cultures. But then the moment I walked out of that school gates, you could see the contrast. From my memories, Mandela saved us. It could have been another Rhodesia. He did save us. He used peace, and he was a great inspiration to me, because he would reiterate the forgiveness. And, you know, that's the only way we can change this. I adapt that and put that into my philosophy on everything. And after I lived in South Africa, I moved to the States. I lived in Texas for a while. And that back in the 1980s was also, you could see the social tiers, the ethnic minorities, which aren't so minorities anymore. They are one coffee-colored people. They're all immigrants. I don't understand. They're all immigrants. I don't understand why one set has more right than another, especially when they're not the natural inhabitants. But yeah, so it opened my eyes at a very young age, looking at these grown-up global perspectives that weren't so right, and I couldn't understand it. But I'm so glad that humanity has evolved even just in 20, 30 years to expand the heart, to expand the mind, to allow the possibility that we can make progress without really going to any confrontation, if we do it from the way that we've been blessed to understand, just through consciousness and through the heart. I really believe it's possible without that confrontation.
I had a message from Dana on who's just joined us. She was with us late last night. You've not met Dana before. Saying that she ended up going to a similar school to you. Dana, can you share with us?
Yeah, please.
And tell us
Hi, everyone. I'm just on for a short time, just popped on again. I'm in the United States. I grew up partly in Rome, Italy, and I attended an international high school there. And it was like you described, all my classmates were from different places, and we considered ourselves citizens of everywhere, citizens of nowhere. And it was then that I became like a world citizen and stopped feeling like I was from any one place.
Yes.
And I think that experience really shaped my whole life. And growing up in another country and also going to a school where there were people from all over the world, a small school too. So it was it wasn't exactly a convent, but it was run by nuns. It was a school that was associated with an order of nuns. They were kind of modern nuns, and they had both sisters and lay teachers as well. But it really made me who I am today, for sure. Yeah.
Dana, just whilst you're here online, tell the group that are here about your work in heart research, because most of them will never have heard of this.
All right. Well, has anyone heard of the Heart Math Institute or the work of Heart Math?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was on the Heart Math research staff for 12 years, and I wrote many of the scientific publications during that time about the heart's role as an intelligent system in the human body. You know, Heart Math, great. Coherence, the science of coherence, what it means to get into this very optimal state that's driven by heart-based positive emotions. We call that state coherence. And there's a lot to Heart Math, but Heart Math really looks at the heart as a larger center of consciousness that connects us with an intelligence that's beyond that of the brain, an intelligence that connects to our higher awareness, our higher self. And then it has developed a system of tools and techniques to help people access the heart and access that higher awareness more in our day-to-day lives. And a lot of that comes through accessing positive emotions, which seem to be a doorway into this very coherent state where we can then be open more to that higher awareness that is part of us all the time, but we can access it more. So emotions like love and appreciation, gratitude are what shift us into a state of heart connectedness, a state of coherence that then really not only improves our whole function, physical, mental, emotional, even our performance in different areas of life, but it also connects us with that larger intuitive intelligence. So that's kind of a summary of some of what I was involved in.
Oh, Donna, thank you. You've added a huge chunk to broaden what I was trying to say. So thank you. Yes.
Awesome.
Ever in Britain and want to
Meet you.
I missed that, Thomas.
No, I'm just saying that when Dana comes back to Britain, she must come and visit you in Avebury.
For sure, Donna. Please do.
About the heart.
Where are you located?
In Avebury. Well, I live. Yes. Yes. So just find me on Facebook. Friends request me.
Send me your email in the chat.
Will do. I will.
Okay.
I can put you in touch as well.
Just,
Peter, go for it. You've got a question.
yes, I'd say that my father was a Spitfire pilot during the Battle of Britain, and I asked him why he killed various people, and I asked him about that. And other German pilots who were young like him, he said either me or them were going to die. All his pals were killed, shot down, and he said I was fighting for love, for fighting for democracy and freedom. Difficult to argue with him about peace. Actually, he later on changed, not stayed in the RAF, but also. But I think one has to go and talk to people, like whether they're in the present day military or in the RAF. Also got to do CND work. I wrote a pamphlet also against the CND in Wales with a friend. That we used to go on marches, and one particular man had been in the army, and he'd really served in Northern Ireland. Then he became totally aware that the way of peace, not war, and he used to be a veteran, which led the actual marches of CND. So people can change their hearts, their whole attitude to life. Yeah. Yes. And the other thing I would say, sorry.
I think it's acknowledging. It's a lot of people. It's the guilt.
Yeah.
And it's what's people going to think of me. The Second World War, I would imagine, is slightly different. People truly believe that they were fighting for their lives, their loved ones.
Also for their freedom and democracy, he said.
Yes. Now with the recent campaigns in the Middle East, yes. I don't think our veterans can forgive themselves quite so easily. Yeah. Because they join the forces because they want to protect, their people, and we hear this word bandied about, support our troops, but nobody actually supports where they go, yes. Why they're going, what for, do they really need to put their lives on the line for this particular thing?
They shouldn't be in the first place. Another thing I would actually like to say to you, Alix,
yes,
Alix, is you used the word anarchy as something very negative. I noticed that on Thomas's symbol device he sent about Stonehenge, sent to me, the words are love, peace, anarchy, and I would advocate anarchy, which means without this arbitrary authority in the form of the state or of the government, or in even some most laws, but instead I think we can actually create a society without war and without even government, and we're a state of anarchy. And anarchy just literally means from ancient Greece, anarchos, which means without a ruler. So archos being a ruler. So we can just rule ourselves, in my view, and
yes.
and not organize state war, which is what they organize. And as you say, people in Syria and Iraq and so on, they were just bombing children and on behalf of the British government, and women and other men who are not part of the military. And there's no excuse for that, in my view. And we shouldn't have invaded Syria or Iraq.
Well, I think
Should be
that
bold. Or
if
Libya.
you, as part of our, you know, our biggest economy, we are the second world largest arms dealer.
Yes.
And our economy is war. And I find that abhorrent. I'm sure we can find better than that.
Agree. And also with Mandela, that when he was obviously in opposition, I was told this by a South African journalist. I've been to South Africa, and a friend of mine was tortured he was South African, tortured under apartheid. But Mandela, firstly, believed in violence anyway, and so Thatcher called him a terrorist. But I think he took up arms against the regime. But he also said, in the ANC, that if they came to power, it would stop the arms industry. The first thing he did when he became president was to actually expand the arms industry. He said, we need the jobs for the boys.
They're not,
And a
they
very
weren't.
close relationship with Israel, who were then bombing the Palestinians. So all I'm saying is that I don't think, I think anarchy is not to be feared and something which actually to be helped. It's a self-government from bottom up. As Thomas has said in his device, love, peace, and anarchy. Also, that although it's good to work with veteran warriors, and they are actually killers for the state by order. And I think that it's quite right that some of them should, as you have worked with, who become concerned about what they've done. But I think, in a way, rightly so, that because you shouldn't kill women and you shouldn't kill children, you shouldn't kill innocent civilians. I'm sure you agree with that. That's what I'm saying.
I do. Yes.
I don't apply the word anarchy. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Yes, I understand that. As long as we do govern ourselves and we do take charge of our thoughts and our emotions.
Yeah. Yes.
And that is the true, governance, isn't it?
Yes.
Can I just interject a thought, right? Peter spoke very eloquently before you on the history of anarchy, because he's a specialist in that as a political philosophy, and he's written lots of very learned and wonderful books about it. As a linguistic philosopher, I would like to say that it's a case of one word having multiple meanings.
Yes.
Like the word whales can mean either great big beasts that float around in the ocean, or the country of Wales, or somebody whaling, the verb. So anarchy, to a political philosopher, is a serious, well thought out, intellectually robust argument about the potential betterment of human society. That's what Peter's using the term to mean. And that's why it's on the flag of the Stonehenge peace event. It was done by the artist. Right? But anarchy, the artist did it spontaneously because that tradition was always part of the Stonehenge Peace Festival.
Yes, it is, yeah.
The word anarchy also has another meaning in right-wing media, in the Tsarist press of Russia, in Metternich's spies in 19th century Europe, in the counter-revolution of the White Terror that came in after the French revolutionaries were all kicked out. There's a counter-analysis, which is, it's the devil's work. Anarchists are Satanists in their mind, literally, and should be rounded up and shot because it's the one thing we won't tolerate if we're the Tsar, is that mob who are baying for anarchy. So we've got a polarized dual meaning word, which, depending on where you sit politically, I'm reading the book by Dostoevsky, The Brothers Karamazov.
I've read that, yes.
It's a masterpiece. I love that book. And I discovered something I didn't know in the introduction, that he dabbled in student radical politics in his youth. And he was on the fringes of a Republican attempt to unseat the Tsar. All they wanted was a constitution. And in fact, all they did was join a debating society like we're doing, having truth and honesty. For that, that was against the law. He was arrested along with other mates. He was only like, young student.
Yeah.
And he was hauled up before a firing squad. They got the death sentence for that, for what we're doing now.
Yeah.
And somebody then had words with somebody who had words, and the Tsar agreed to transmute it to imprisonment. But the Tsar wouldn't tell them until they came before the firing squad. The Tsar personally said, no, these buggers, they were talking. They're going to face the firing squad. Only at the last minute, you don't pull the trigger, but they're going to think they're dying right up to the last minute.
Yeah.
And 2 of the men in front of the firing squad went mad.
Yes.
Thinking they're about to die, pleading. And Dostoevsky went through that, So that's how dangerous the anti-anarchists.
Well, later on, I think Dostoevsky, the only book they gave him was the Bible, and it totally transformed his life. But then became a very, very, very strong advocate of the Tsar and a Christian. So that Christian, we talked about that earlier, but that I think you're right also about the earlier point about the linguistic meanings of words. That right from the beginning, right from ancient Greece, anarchos or anarchy was seen something as and disorder, which in fact, as you say, in the right-wing press even today, is now seen that way. So it's a synonym for a chaos, really.
Which is, to be honest,
but I'm just saying that the people in peer power say, without our rule, everything will be disordered. Whereas the social disorder comes not necessarily from the people, but from interfering governments and the states. So it's like turning it upside down. So I would say that the anarchists want to decentralize power. They want to have greater power. They want to decentralize it so far that eventually it disappears. And people can have a sort of personal autonomy and social solidarity. And so it depends how the word is used. I agree with you.
It's a dual use.
But it does actually mean without a ruler, without an external ruler.
Yeah, there's another interpretation.
And that's why people like Proudhon declared that anarchy is order. The real disorder in society is created by governments, not those necessarily who oppose them. They said that it's just simply people without their order imposed upon the rest of us, we'll be in disorder.
Mais Proudhon était français.
Oui, il est très français. Comme
France.
Il dit que l'anarchie, c'est l'ordre.
Oui, c'est bien sûr. Mais on doit penser en français pour ça.
Oui. Il a une grande tradition d'anarchie en France.
Ça
aussi, même les sans-culottes, pendant la Révolution française, étaient plus ou moins anarchistes.
Oui, mais ils étaient un peu trop violents pour moi, mais je comprends leur tradition.
Oui.
And,
Anyway, there's
to respond.
Proudhon officially was the first man who called himself an anarchist. But as I said before, I think earlier people like William Godwin, who's English, and Stirner in Germany, they all arguing very strongly against the barrel organ of Hegel and also, I think, later on Marx.
I mean, there's a huge conversation here. Firstly, I just want to say one thing.
Yes.
The Battle of the Beanfield, which we are commemorating and trying to clear up the karma from.
Yes. Yeah.
The reason the police did what they did and were ordered to do it by Thatcher's cabinet was precisely because of their terror of the anarchists, the anarchy.
Exactly.
So unwashed hippie types, all long-haired, none of their vehicles had MOTs. They weren't playing by the rules. So that's anarchy. And I go to Ascot, and my dad was in the army, and I'm a Conservative MP. Well, what are we going to do? Call out the boys, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the mindset. the second point I want to make is, I wish we had time. We're running out of time now, but there's a whole other conversation about Proudhon's relationship to Marx.
Yes.
Earlier gave an appeal to retain what was valuable in Marx's historical analysis of capital. I still think that was a valuable contribution.
Still very, very, very prevalent, yeah. Alienation and exploitation.
It needs updating. But Proudhon was scathing against Marx, and I think rightly, because he said, look, Marx, you're plotting a totalitarianism in the name of the people, the proletariat.
Exactly.
What you're going to do is create a dictatorship which will tend to be progressive. And of course, he foresaw Leninism, Stalinism, Maoism. Proudhon was a very wise man.
No, it's true. And also a chap called Bakunin, who's a Russian thinker. But people like Tolstoy and Kropotkin and Bakunin, they're all actually initially they were Russian aristocrats who realized that, you know, the feudal system was not a very good system, and having a monarchy or a very authoritarian government wasn't. But it's true that in the first international, the Proudhonists and Bakunin, they both argued against Marx, because they said you'll have not only a dictatorship of the proletariat, which he was arguing for, then you get the dictatorship of the party, which you get, Communist Party. Then you get dictatorship of one single person, the cult of personality. As in Russia, you've got Lenin, and then later Stalin, and in China there's Mao. And one of the first things they try to do is to completely destroy religion or any spiritual interests at all.
Marx had an authoritarian personality. I think
so he also want to centralize and control. And the Proudhonists and the Bakunites, they pointed that out very strongly. And that strain comes through in the Spanish Civil War amongst the Republicans.
When I used to go on marches with my mother as a young boy, CND marches through London, at some point during the march, there would always be this shouting bunch of people waving black flags.
Yes.
Very aggressive. And my mother would always point to them and say, that's the anarchists. Yeah. And they were never quite part of the march because they seemed to be angry with everyone.
Yeah.
So, you know, this struggle between the Marxists and the anarchists is still going on.
Yes.
I think part of my job running the Institute of Peace Studies and Global Philosophy is to try and synthesize the best teaching from all the political and spiritual philosophies.
Yes.
Insofar as they're talking about peace.
Yes.
Let's bring them around the round table. Somebody talked about the round table in Winchester. I'd love to get it off the wall and we can have a proper peace gathering one day.
Yeah.
We can get the real thinkers behind, you know, there are intelligent conservatives, there are intelligent liberal Democrats, intelligent Greens, intelligent anarchists, intelligent, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Bring them all together, have a round table. And, you know, that's a strategy for peace, not the only one.
It's communication, isn't it? At least. It's communicating at that level.
Yeah, and communing, which comes along with communicating.
Yes.
You have to commune with each other. It's ironic the church does this ceremony it calls communion, and yet, you know, they don't often show up when you need them on the barricades of the intellectual battle that we're having for a rational and sane society. When the Brexit thing was going on, which I opposed utterly, I wrote to Justin Welby as Archbishop of Canterbury from here in France. I told him that Archbishop Thomas of Canterbury was in exile here, just near where I am, Vézelay.
Yes.
And had threatened to curse Henry II unless he behaved like a moral person, instead of allowing thugs to rampage around Britain. And they were pinching church property, blah, 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 you know. So what's new? He was doing a Brexit. He also invaded Ireland, Henry. and locked his wife up. And of course, the king, so the king ignored it. Thomas went back and got martyred by the king, right? So what I wrote to Welby, of the blood of St. Thomas, he stood up against corrupt power. You should be leading the march into London of all your clergy from Canterbury, opposing the influence that is Brexit. But you see, people like that, they don't even reply.
No.
They disdain communication. So to go back to Alex's point, there is no communication. There's no community. And yet every week he's dishing out communion wafers in the church. He won't actually communicate. You know, I find it critical.
Also, organized religion, as in the Christian church, is so divided by different sects and whether it's big one between probably the Protestants and Catholics, but you know, there's 100 years religious wars in Europe, and I think about almost like a third of the population was wiped out. So this coronavirus is nothing by comparison, but it's all about different Christian religions. It was also I've been in Turkey quite a bit before now. Now mainly in Greece, a lot of sailing, and that the Crusaders who were meant to be fighting for Christ, they completely sacked Turkey, which then was Christian, and just put babies on their pikes and raped women and said some terrible things. They're meant to be Crusaders. And that shows a danger of war, but
isn't it?
Shows a danger to me of organized religion.
Yeah.
And they've gone in again, haven't they?
Sorry?
They've gone in again. It's the 10th Crusade, or is it the 11th? They've gone in again into the Middle East. It hasn't ended.
And the Islamic will say they're Crusaders.
Yeah, and I would believe them.
Yes.
It's 1,000 years, but they're still doing it.
Yes. And Trump supports it, or you know, and that's a joke.
So look, thank you for that conversation. I'd like to welcome our new guest and our final speaker tonight. This is Reverend Liz Theoharis from the USA. And talking of crusades, she's going to be reporting to us about this amazing moral march against poverty. She's organized campaign, which took place over this same weekend. But it's wonderful she's found the time to join us right at the end of the weekend. We've had a great march of our own, Liz, through you know, all kinds of presentations and discussions. We've recorded it. We've discussed everything from ancient sacred sites around the planet but the question of peace and justice, social justice, and the ending of poverty and the link between the arms trade and global poverty. This has come up again and again. So please enlighten us on what you reckon is the solution and what news you can bring us from America. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much for inviting me to join you all, and what seems to have been and still is a very powerful gathering across the world. So as you said, you know, I'm the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. I'm also the director of the Kairos Center for Religions, Rights, and Social Justice that's housed at Union Theological Seminary, and have spent about 25 years of my life doing very grassroots anti-poverty organizing and making the connections between poverty and racism and militarism and this war economy, and see myself as a peace and justice activist, and have been so actually from even before I got involved in the movement to end poverty. I was raised, you know, indeed in a family that saw doing peace and justice work. We were a part of the anti-nuclear movement, a part of a lot of peace organizing across the world. And we really followed the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, that peace is not just the absence of tension, but the presence of justice. As a Christian pastor, I also am, deeply inspired by the words from the prophet Jeremiah. My people are broken, shattered, and yet they put on Band-Aids, saying, it's not so bad, you'll be just fine. But things are not just fine. And I really truly believe that in our society today, we hear this peace, peace, when there is no peace, especially from those with the power and wealth who reign with a lot of violence and terror. So as you were saying, we are in this powerful weekend where the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, is organizing and has the largest online social media gathering of the poor and low income in the United States in US history. We've had millions of people join us so far, and we have still another broadcast this evening at 6 p.m. Eastern time, New York City time, where folks will join again, engage and hear from some of the stories, some of the solutions from those that are most impacted by the interlocking injustices that our campaign is focused on, of systemic racism, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, militarism in the war economy, and this distorted moral narrative, this false narrative of religious and in many cases Christian nationalism that are all kind of connected. And what we really believe is that if we can't, if we don't take on them all, then we won't be able to live in a world of peace and justice. So I want to say a little bit about the reality of these interlocking injustices in the United States today. In the US, there are 140 million people who are poor or low income. That's 43.5% of the population. And any nation, especially a nation that has the productive capacity to end poverty, not just for folks in the United States, but around the world, is clearly living in a compromised democracy. The soul of our nation is clearly in emergency. When you can have the resources to build a house in 45 minutes, when you can throw out more food than it takes to feed every person on the whole planet, when you can spend 53 cents of every discretionary dollar on the military, and less than 15 cents on living wages, healthcare programs, education, and social uplift programs for the poor combined, right? When you can have 800 to 1,000 military bases all around the world, when you can have the rate of poverty and homelessness amongst US veterans to be the level that it is, because that money, although it's going into the military, is going to military contractors and not to lift people who in many cases are victims of a poverty draft that we have in this country. Because again, the only way you can imagine getting an education, the only way you can imagine, getting a job that could pay you a little bit to survive, is to enlist in this cruel manipulation of the poor, as Dr. King would talk about, where the poor across race in the United States are drafted or have to enlist because they have no other options to fight the poor of all colors across the world. So we are organizing. We are shifting the narrative. We're trying to talk about the real issues, the real emergencies, the real crises of our day. And we're building power to be able to pressure our elected leadership to pass policies that are about life and justice. We have done an audit that looked at the state of the United States over the past 50 years, saw the rising poverty, the erosion of voting rights and other civil rights protections, the increase in militarism including a militarized border, including militarized communities, including the proliferation of war and conquest across the world, that looked at the issue of the destruction of the environment. Again, if we're going to talk about the connections between peace and justice and the poor and militarism, you also have to see how, who is destroying our planet in record numbers and record speed are the oil and gas industry, are the petrochemical companies, are those that are destroying the earth and everything that's living in and on it. And so, and it's all covered up. These injustices are all covered up by I think, I have some little people with me. They're all covered up by this kind of Christian nationalism, this narrative often used by people with religious power to blame the poor for all of the world's problems, to try to pit us against each other, whether it's in the United States amongst different races, different geographies, different issue areas, or whether it's about pitting us against the poor of other nations. And then they feed us the lie of scarcity. They say that despite the fact that the United States could find upwards of $3 to $5 trillion to bail out the banks, to bail out the corporations in this COVID-19 pandemic, 85% of that money went to military contractors, went to police, went to the corporations, and there's whole sections of the population, tens of millions of people who have seen absolutely no relief. And then the millions that have seen a little bit, it's so temporary that people basically didn't notice it. And again, what we've been told for many years has been that the need is too great. This is as good as it gets. We should just settle for less. We should just ask for one thing, not all of these things. But what we saw in like $3 trillion being put into the pockets of the rich, $500 billion is what billionaires have earned in the United States have earned during this pandemic, while we have 45 million people who have filed for unemployment. We have 80 million people who have limited or no healthcare insurance during a public health crisis. We have 62 million workers who are working for less than a living wage. We have 15 million families that can't even afford water, despite the fact that the world is made up of 2/3 water. And so what we're doing is coming forth with solutions and demands. If just one military contract to Lockheed Martin were to be eliminated, that could expand healthcare in 14 states across the United States. If another military contract to another contractor were to be ended, and that money could be put into water and sanitation services and create almost 1 million jobs. If we stop trying to build a false wall at the US-Mexico border, we could have $24 million put into programs, or $24 billion put into programs for children from K through 12. Right now in this pandemic, all these folks are doing distance learning. What's happening is that they're cutting education budgets, and they're increasing police budgets in the United States right now. So anyways, I could keep on going. But so we've come forward with a set of policy prescriptions, launched yesterday, a moral justice jubilee policy platform. And folks can go to the poorpeoplescampaign.org website and find out those policy demands. And we also, have found the money to do it, right? It's about cutting the military. It's about having a fair taxation system in this country. It's about investing in programs of living wage jobs and green jobs and social uplift. And it's about forgiving debts that can't be paid by poor families. And so I'm hoping that folks are around the world and in different communities are interested in that there's a movement amongst the poor that is growing, that we really believe that those who are most impacted by injustice can and are leading a great and massive movement across all the lines that divide us to be able to have freedom and justice for all. And that we are very interested in connecting up with people all over the country, all over the world who are like-minded. And that like-mindedness doesn't mean that we're talking about issues about liberals versus conservatives or any particular policy, political party. We're talking about, we think those are way too puny of ways. We think that the arc of justice is long and broad, and that what we need to do is come together and actually prioritize human life. And again, we know it can be so, and that people can, in this world, thrive and not just barely eke out a survival when we change the kind of political will. And to do so, you need to build movements.
Well, thank you, Liz. That was awesome, and we're very, inspired. I'm sure people have questions for you. If you can stay a little bit longer and field a few.
Of course.
I'm a great lover of Union Theological College. When I saw you a graduate from there, and I saw the work you were doing, I just knew I had to invite you, and so thank you. I also love New York and the good traditions that you stand for, and to me that's what you guys are doing. I've been waiting for you. Where have you been? Why is this only happening now? But anyway, better late than never, eh? I just want to share one thing, just a little historical note. You may not know this, I don't know. I didn't know this 2 weeks ago. I'm writing a book of peace declarations from all of history. I'm going, to books, encyclopedias, and finding all the great peace declarations that have been made in history and putting them into 4 volumes so people have a reference. One of the reasons we don't have peace on the planet is because nobody knows about these things. We've been promised peace by the UN, UNESCO, declarations of peace, culture, you name it. Nobody's ever heard of them. So I'm publishing them all together. And I'm being very eclectic, so I'm not prejudging. So I put in there Lenin's peace speech in 1917, when he said, we're stopping World War I, we're leaving, we're doing peace and bread. You may not agree with Lenin, but he certainly meant it, right? And I've also put in there Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto. Because although you may not agree with Marx and, he was not everybody's flavor, he also was quite a serious guy who wanted to end poverty. And I was doing some research when I was researching the Communist Manifesto text. I went back into the earliest drafts and all that. I discovered that he became Secretary General of the International Working Men's Association. We all know the history. He ran it from London. And he was trying to bring working men and women of all nations together to campaign for things like a living wage, we'd call it now, an 8-day week, the right to strike, stuff that trade unionists are still campaigning for. And he had lots of contacts in the States. And he was authorized by the council to write an official letter to Abraham Lincoln when he was re-elected president for the second time. Marx wrote a very formal, posh letter. Dear President, we're with you in your titanic struggle for justice and the ending of slavery, because racism, and poverty need to be tackled. In other words, it was so relevant to America now. And Lincoln didn't write back personally, but the American ambassador in London wrote back to Marx personally saying, dear Herr Dr. Marx, the president has read your letter with great, thank you so much. And it's brilliantly written. It says, insofar as your sentiments of warmth and approbation are directed to me on behalf of the movement I lead, I'm willing to accept them on behalf of the movement. But not, personally. I'm just an agent of of well, our country is trying to become liberated from an ancient, you know, criminality, and we're moving into a new era, is the gist of the reply from the president. And soon after that, he was assassinated. And I just think this is such a moving thing, you know, a vignette of history. The guy campaigning to end poverty speaks to the president emancipating the slaves, you know, and God knows what would have happened if Lincoln had lived. He would be you're in now. Anyway, would you like to comment? Did you know that?
I was not aware. I mean, I know that there was much interest and study of the Civil War and of the abolitionist movement on the part of Marx, and I've read some of those pieces, but including the agency of the slaves, right? Including the fact that it took slaves and former slaves, you know, moving in concert together for the abolition of slavery, and pushing even Abraham Lincoln, any other political leaders who were not, but no, I wasn't as familiar with any correspondence.
So anyway, it's just an observation, and it's why it really annoys me when the extreme right in America whipped up anti-communism, anti-Marxism as a sort of dirty word, without realizing the guy was loved by one of your greatest presidents. You know, I mean, who is the loyalist here? The guy that shot Lincoln or Lincoln? It's just, these are the kind of questions you need to ask your people, you know, to reflect on.
Can I say one word about that? I study also Marx greatly and the IWMA, which is the first International Working Men's Association. And Marx himself was in the minority. And because he could get control of it, as I said before, mainly Proudhonists and Bakuninites, so he could get control of it. So he banished it, eventually banished from London to New York, which obviously no one could attend the next Congress on the other side of the world. So that was the end of the first international. And secondly, that and I'm sure Marx was wants to end slavery, and he wants to end exploitation, both wage slavery and but also I think he his follower Lenin, who also read his pamphlet you mentioned about peace, but he in fact, having carry on the Russian Revolution, he was instigated a civil war, and there was a massive fight between the Reds, so-called Reds, and the Whites. But and once the Reds defeated the Whites, and then Lenin turned his guns, and Trotsky, against the anarchists and the social anarchists who were very much in Ukraine.
And what's your question for Reverend Liz? Can you turn this into a question?
My question is that although we might celebrate Marx's contribution, we should be aware a bit of the history of the Russian Revolution, and also Marx's own role in it. Now, what I said to you earlier about this, he's got the supporting of the left, but particularly in Russia, the Bolshevik Party, who again was a small minority party, and immediately went together the Mensheviks with the liberals and the anarchists. And then he left socialists.
I'm very naughty. I shouldn't have mentioned the word Marx. I apologize.
No, I'm just saying.
You, Mark, a discussion. We've just had a very interesting paper by Peter about the history of anarchism.
I also very interesting what the last speaker spoke about the state of America, and about this military complex and industrial complex, and the huge inequalities, which we also have to a lesser extent in Britain. So people talk about 1% of the world's population, only 99%, but the rest. So it's an unequal world. People at 2 billion can't get access to fresh water, or have enough bread to put on the table. and yet it's vast amount of money, as the last speaker pointed out, spent on arms in America.
Anyway, we should let somebody else, if you don't mind, we'll let somebody else put a question
please.
To Liz. Who else would like to put their hand up, so to speak? Just unmute your microphone. Sean, would you like to contribute, or Alex? Alex, I think it's your turn.
I'm trying. I want to say thank you to Liz for all her hard work. I mean, she's very eloquent in how she expresses what she does, and she sounds very passionate. Liz, you really do. You're inspiring me now. And to know that that's happening on the other side of the planet as we speak, especially with the current experience we're sharing that's coming to light at the moment. Do you think it is an opportune time right now for your work, really? I don't know if you can hear me. Can anybody hear me?
No, we can all
hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you think that your time has arrived? Do you think it's now?
So I think the time to end poverty is surely now. I think we have the capacity, we have the need, and people are starting to move in ways that they haven't moved before. Now, you know, many of us have been doing this for many decades. But I'm the director of something called the Kairos Center. And Kairos is a Greek word about opportune time. It's when the old, you know, injustices and structures and broken places of the past are crumbling. And when something new and righteous and justice-filled and peaceful break through. And we named the Kairos Center for that because we are indeed living in a Kairos time. We're living in that time because the old is breaking down. It's showing us all for the injustice that it is. This idea, like I like to think that those in the United States suffer from almost a Stockholm syndrome of thinking that the rich are going to save us, thinking that the powerful and wealthy have all the solutions, thinking that trickle down actually trickles down, when what we know from history, what I know as a biblical scholar and a person of faith, is that it's really only when you lift from the bottom that everybody rises. And so I think that this is indeed a Kairos moment. And I think what we're seeing, at least in the United States right now, with all of the protests that are taking place, all of the awakening that's taking place, and with the fact that millions of people tuned in yesterday when we were starting this weekend of this mass Poor People's Assembly and Moral March on Washington, that tens of thousands of people, you know, took action, that hundreds of thousands of folks sent our demands to our elected officials, and that, you know, literally hundreds of thousands of people that had not been involved joined. And so I think, you know, there was this kind of interesting juxtaposition for folks in the United States about the fact that we were holding this assembly yesterday and we're doing it today as well. And Donald Trump was in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a site of some of the most racist violence outbreak ever, doing the first campaigning event for his presidential run in 2020. And despite the arena that he was holding it in being able to accommodate 19,000 people, despite the fact that he got the Supreme Court and others in the Supreme Court of Oklahoma decided that folks didn't have to wear masks in this public health pandemic, very few people showed up. And yet, at the same time, we were holding this online digital justice gathering. and millions of folks tuned in, and they got to hear the stories and the solutions coming from folk, right? And I think this is a moment, but this is only a moment if we make it so. Yes, and we seize it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dr. Liz. I mean, Reverend Liz. I think that's really insightful, and the way that you've expressed it, I can hear it in your tone. I can hear that there's positivity. I can hear that the feedback that you've experienced from just yesterday, it's gaining momentum, isn't it?
It is indeed. We launched this Poor People's Campaign about 2-3 years ago, with the largest and most expansive wave of nonviolent civil disobedience in the 21st century United States. And we've been building and growing from there. And we're organized in 46 different states across the country. You know, thousands of people every morning wake up thinking, how are we going to build a movement in this country and link up with people from all over the world? And I think to have mainstream media outlets streaming what we did yesterday and vowing to do so again today, to have 20 national faith organizations and bodies, to have hundreds of grassroots organizations and national organizations, folks they're connected around climate issues, to LGBTQ rights, to women's issues, to immigration, a coalition of partners that have really never come together before, and then all of it being led by those that are most impacted, those on the front lines of the crisis around militarization of our communities, the crisis around poverty and racism. I think that we're feeling like we can build, and the time is now, and that we need, to reach across borders and strengthen ourselves even more.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You inspired me.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. I'm certainly going to follow you now. I didn't really know too much about you, to be honest, until now. But I'm certainly going to follow you and see where it goes and see if we can help.
That would be awesome. Yeah. So you can check out the Cairo Center and the Poor People's Campaign. And if people are interested, I know it's very late, but at 6 p.m. New York time, we're doing another broadcast of the Mass Poor People's Assembly and Moral March on Washington. You can go to june2020.org and catch it there.
Okay, thank you.
I saw some of the media coverage on, is it MSC, from this yesterday. I watched it. It was very good that, they were showing, and it was testimony, person after person after person, just telling their life story, how they've been juggling for years, homeless, can't afford to look after their mother, feed their kids, real life stories.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you'll be doing again today? I mean, this is just so moving, these stories.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We have this saying in our work that movements begin with the telling of untold stories, right? And so to have coal miners from Kentucky with moms who've had to bury their children because they had no health care in Alabama, to folks that are living in homeless encampments of thousands, to people that have no sanitation services and have raw sewage in their yards, to folks that have had to give up or lost their family farms, where you have some of the highest suicide rates amongst farmers that we've ever seen in history. And that these folks across race, across religion, across geography, from small towns to big cities, from white to Black to Latino to Indigenous, to Asian, to immigrants, to native born, are all experiencing this. Obviously, women are disproportionately impacted. People of color are disproportionately impacted. But to see, from a child who talked about, the fact that their schools are failing them, to a grandma who's been fighting for 50 years for the right to welfare, and so that's what we were setting up as a stage for those that are impacted. not just to tell sad stories though, right? To come forward with demands, with solutions. We've worked with some of the best think tanks in the country. We have some economists, we have policy folks, and we have impacted leaders who are on the ground in the front lines, who know the solutions to these problems, and have been fighting to win them for some time. And so again, folks, share their stories and then also rise in power together to really build a deep and broad movement of the people that can actually really make life better for again, not just those that are poor or homeless, but really improve the lives of the vast majority of people. And so if people are interested, tune in at this evening. And then for sure, this is, we've been organizing for some years. Many of us have been organizing for many decades, but this is a moment where we need to be, pulling more people into it and learning lessons from how folks are organizing all over the place. So, but I have to go. I'm sorry. I have to run to the next. There's a lot going on today, but I really appreciate the opportunity to come and be with you all and be in conversation and to plan and plot how we can work together more.
We'll stay in touch, Liz. And
perfect.
You know any groups in Britain? Have you got a sister group going in Britain yet? Or
to be honest, there have been some connections, in different parts of Europe to folks in Scotland, to some of the unemployed people's groups. But we would love some deeper connections. We did actually have many different folks send in solidarity, appeals and letters and events. Yesterday, when we were broadcasting, we had folks from 148 countries joining us. Not necessarily because we reached out, but because folks, have heard that there's poverty and inequality in the United States and that poor people are doing something about it. But so it would be great to find more connections, because this connection to Europe is really important.
Because Britain has poverty and huge military over expenditure as well. And my final question to you is, do you know about Franklin Roosevelt's Bill of Rights, second Bill of Rights?
Yeah, the Economic Bill of Rights, which and he talked about freedom from fear and from want, and and we in this country, with Eleanor Roosevelt helping to play such a role in the writing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, have tried to really claim her, in all of the flaws that people have, but to claim her as someone who saw that in the aspirations of the Declaration of Human Rights, of independence, or some of the other founding moral documents of the United States, there was this tension between the kind of oppression, subjugation, and poverty, but then also this aspiration for freedom and liberty and justice for everyone. And so definitely have been inspired by both some of what FDR spoke about. I was a part of, many years ago, a bus tour where we kind of used this freedom from unemployment, hunger, and homelessness, very much mirroring the Economic Bill of Rights that FDR had put forward. And we've done many actions, protests, events, educationals, where we both, lift up different moments in history and different, documents in history where people's, rights and dignity are upheld.
It's really important. So thank you. I'm glad you've heard of it. And just to be naughty, I've got one last theological point to put to you, very briefly. Okay. You are right in saying that somehow we have to take down Christian nationalism's right-wing narrative. I have people knocking on my door, even here in France, who come with a theological argument that runs like this: the world is screwed, the poor are going to get worse, war's going to happen, nuclear war's unstoppable. You're a heretic for working for peace, because only the Messiah can do that. And when he comes, he's going to kill everyone. It's going to be a war, and only a few will be saved. We're going to be saved, my sect, but you aren't. Now that thinking permeates this right-wing Christian nationalist narrative. You must know they actually don't want, they think if we try to solve the problems of the world, we're the Antichrist. What's your solution to that narrative?
So, I mean, to me, what we're trying to do is build a movement from of the people, right? And that isn't necessarily going to include everybody. But if you put out a different moral narrative, if you put out different interpretations and different ideas, I'm not saying that that's going to convince someone that adheres to those ideas. But again, if you show that the founding story, which is actually the Exodus of the Bible, is a story about a freedom movement led by slaves. If you talk about this arc of justice that happens throughout the entire Bible, that what God commands is the way that you honor and worship God is by welcoming in the immigrant stranger. It's about, forgiving debts. It's about paying living wages. It's about, organizing society around the needs of the poor. If you go to what, Jesus is and what he says, not what people have theologized about him, but if you look at his opening sermon, his inauguration, inaugural address, he says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to bring good news," which is the word for evangelism, evangelion, to the poor, to the patokos, those who have been made poor by structures and systems of oppression. And then he talks about, and he's told me to proclaim the acceptable year of God's favor, which is about Jubilee or Shemitah. It's about forgiving debts. It's about organizing society around the needs of everyone, right? I mean, and again, you don't have to proof text. You don't have to say, okay, well, those folks are going to tell one story and I'm going to tell this other, and I'm going to find my favorite couple of passages. You could take any passage in the Bible and you get brought back to a theology of justice and siding with the least of these. And no matter what your religious, disposition and orientation is, this is not, I myself am a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian. I'm a pastor, but that isn't the point I'm making. The point is that if you're serious about what our texts and traditions tell us, what they tell us is that God is on the side of those who have nothing, and that we are actually empowered to make and bring justice on earth, right? The one prayer that Jesus teaches in the Bible is called often the Lord's Prayer. And it says, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors." And, and then he says, and on earth, give us our bread on a daily basis, on earth as it is in the skies, right? And so this is not about I think I lost you all. So anyway, sorry about that.
It's all right. No, we got them. We thank you for your answer to my question. Next time they knock on my door, I will quote you. Okay.
It's forgiveness. Reverend Liz, definitely forgiveness. Without that, we haven't got a hope. We have to forgive.
Right. Okay. Go to your next meeting, Liz. You're wanted somewhere else. But thank you for being with us. And I'm so glad she made it, because this woman has been, as you can imagine, somewhat busy this weekend.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, she's amazing. And I just felt she was right to end our conference with.
Wow.
Right. I wanted to ask the other question about, had she ever heard of Druidry, and did she realize some Druids were quite Christian?
I think she did, because she reiterated it in her last sentences, and she said, you know, I'm a Christian philosopher. So I think she, you know, she brought it back to herself. Yeah. I think.
No, but no, an amazing woman. So thank you. So look, we're coming up to the end of our marathon 24 hours event. And we've got, this is where I'm supposed to do a few summing up final thoughts. I promise I'll be brief. It ends exactly at sunset, so but we can end a bit sooner and go out if you get
witness it,
you know, and you can go and see it. But I just want to say, to start with, that it's been a very inspirational event. Everybody who's we've had some brilliant talks. They've been recorded for posterity, so this is a historical event. This is the, you know, I don't know what to call us, but the Stonehenge summer solstice peace intelligentsia, I'm going to call us, saying we've had enough too, you know, and we're prepared to think through, just like they're doing in America there, and Liz and her cohorts, through the problems of global poverty. Another question I would have asked Liz if there was time is whether she knew the guy from World Without War that spoke earlier. Some of you heard him, who spoke really eloquently earlier. David Swanson from North Carolina. They're made for each other, you know. One of the functions of doing a thing like this is the networking. So I'm going to put them in touch. Another question I didn't have time to ask Liz is, to what extent is the organized American peace movement backing her movement? Because their main thing is ending poverty. And poverty normally is disproportionately affecting racial minorities, so it's also ending racism. That's their two things. Where's the money going? To the war machine. You know, you can't end one without the other. And so what I wanted to ask Liz, and I will follow it up, is have the official American peace movement, like things like the Fellowship of Reconciliation, World Without War, have all got behind her? And if not, you know, they ought to, because this is the time, you know.
Yes.
I also think that the work I've done in Britain, trying to get these issues on the agenda. You know, I ran 35 meetings in Parliament, and it was only a handful of MPs. After a little while, when the Daily Telegraph started running the thing about the corruption of the Lords, and they were all, you know, writing dummy checks to get duck houses and stuff, I realized how corrupt Parliament is. I naively thought these politicians were reliable, honest, decent. You know, I went to a public school in my youth. I learned to play cricket. I was taught to play by the rules. I was taught never to hurt an unarmed or, you know, never to harm anyone. I was taught to be good. You know, it was a Christian school, an Anglican school. And I thought that's what everyone was doing. I mean, so when I look at people like the people in current Parliament, I don't recognize them. They don't seem to have learned that fundamental code of ethics that I was taught. But Liz has, you see, and the speakers that we've heard from today that have moved me so much over this 24-hour marathon, you know, I think we can go away from this event with hope. It's not that we can't go away and be lazy. This is a call to arms, folks. But, you know, take up your druid wand or whatever you use, your magical frith cord or your, you know, Irish Gaelic, whatever it is you guys use, you know. We have to get busy. And that's why I wrote, I'd love to give it to you all as a gift. For those of you that don't know about this or haven't read it yet, earlier this year, I published this book called Magical Peacemaking, right? Now, this is unique, this book. It's the only book of its kind in the world. Nobody else has thought it up. I've spent years studying peace studies and conflict resolution studies. It's my passion, right? So I know, I've interviewed people all over the world. That's why I went to Union Theological Seminary, where I was trained. I was interviewing scholars, experts in the theology of peace and so on, you know. So peace studies is my thing. But I've also spent years studying Druidry and magic and esoteric philosophy and the runes and esoteric Christianity and Gnosticism, Buddhism and all the rest of it. And what I've noticed, nobody's put these two fields of discourse together before ever, so far as I can tell in history, certainly not in recent history. And I thought it's about time, especially because the military have got their manuals on magical war making or occult sources for psychic warfare or esoteric ways to terrorize the enemy. The military are way ahead in Russia, in America, in everywhere. They're trying to develop psychic skills to terminate the enemy, you know. So I'm just saying, little old me, it's time we fought back. Only we can't use weapons like they can. And so this book has got 51 exercises and practical things you can do, like meditations, visualizations, affirmations, things like Barty spoke about earlier. Barty spoke so eloquently with her Namakar Gym. This is like a sort of Namakar Gym recipe for how to save the world and bring world peace through using, you know, your magical powers. Now, what do I mean by magical powers? Well, actually, it's just being normal, as far as I'm concerned. Your normal human powers, like thought, imagination, compassion, love, caring. This is white magic I'm talking about. This is love magic, right? Not, you know, some people are afraid of magic. They think they're all black magicians, which is why John Dee's house was trashed when he went off to Poland. But I'm with Dee, and I'm with the true esoteric light workers of history. And the other thing that I love about this book, and it took me ages to put together, is it's got every chapter has got, so this is a chapter called Dream Magic and Peace Work. So it's how to work with your dreams. Then it's got a section called Key Thoughts, like, you know, a sort of chapter about what are dreams, why are they important. Then it gives you an exercise, a practical thing to go and do in your sanctuary, under your oak tree, in your temple grove, whatever, in your church, you know. And then it gives you a visual image, like something to think visually about, because some people like, well, we all like visual images. Then it gives examples. When has this magic been used in history? Well, Joseph, he was a pretty good dreamer. You know, Daniel, you know, the Bible is, the Jews are famous for their dreams. That's how they got to be. Joseph, the husband of Mary, the parents of Jesus, he had a dream to take the family away from Herod, who was going to come and get them. And it was only because of that dream, if you read, I think it's Matthew, that we got Christ, because Herod was out to get him. The local warlord, the thug, was going to kill off all the Messiah babies that year. I mean, how crude, right? You know, there might be a Messiah born in Avebury next year, so I'll come and kill all the babies. That's the way the guy thought, right? But it was a dream saved the Holy Family. So I give examples, then I give do's and don'ts. So how not to use this. Like, you can't use dream magic to spy on people or, you know, do weird stuff, right? You can use it to help moral marches for peace, etc. You know, and when to use it, like what kind of things might be useful this for, you know, when would you use this thing? And finally, quotations. which I loved compiling. So you've got all the great sages and saints of history, all the light workers of history. I found quotations about that topic. So dreams, the power of dreams, they're in quotations. So and there's 51 sections like that. And it's a practical how-to manual. So it's like how to save the world. You know? There's even a section on cats and peace magic, because I love cats. You met my cat earlier. And the arts and so on. So that is my offering. You know, one of the books I published this year as a Druid peace activist, if you want. By the way, the word Druid in Gaelic simply means a magician. And the word magician is simply the word for a magus. You know, and the magus is simply a priest of the Zoroastrian faith. So you go figure, you know, work it out. But the Druids were old before Zoroaster was born. Zoroaster was 1750 BC, around the time of Abraham. The Druids of Avebury, you were already there for a few thousand years by then. That's what I love about Druids is, you know, we really were pretty early on the go. And even though in the 19th century, scholars used to say, no, that's not true. The Druids all came in later with the Iron Age. I've done my homework, and my definition of a Druid is the inheritor of the people that built these sanctuaries and worked them and knew how to do that, and who knew how to do the magic. So anyway, we've heard some great talks, and you know, thank you all for your inspirational input. It's been a journey, and I think, yeah, I mean, one or two people who were supposed to speak didn't come. I'm always disappointed. One of my dear friends, a Druid elder called Edmund Marriage, who's a learned man from Herefordshire, had prepared a proper slideshow. He was going to talk for an hour. He knows a lot about this subject. He's a real scholar. He got the day wrong, and he was in a, you know, panic trying to get everything done in time. And so he sends his apologies. Also, we were going to show a couple of films, and Nicola Haig here, who's been helping, you know, immensely behind the scenes, has done a documentary on Druids. And she's been working on this, interviewing leading Druids throughout the country for, you know, a long time. And we were going to show just a 10-minute extract from it, but for some reason I can't explain. My computer was technically not up to the job of showing it, so I apologize. And to Nicola as well, because we were hoping that everyone would enjoy that. But you can, you know, contact Nicola and try and, if you know anyone in the media, what the plan is to get this documentary on Channel 4 or BBC or something. It's a very important documentary that would up the game for Druidry nationally, because it interviews all the leading players. We need someone with an expertise in media law and negotiating contracts to nail Channel 4 down and realize the potential of this. And there's a load more footage that Nicola took that isn't in the first documentary, so actually it could be like a series. And I think that Druidry is an untold story because they were the peace campaigners of their day. They were the peace holders of their day, the frith flame keepers, if you want. Their story is still so important because we don't have peace on this planet. We have endless warlords, Caesars, galloping around, only now they've got nuclear missiles. It's dangerous, folks. So it's time to bring this wisdom out of the cupboard. And one way is to get it on Channel 4, you know, and just educate the people. The people don't know about all this. And so they're, you know, we have a duty to educate, because one of the things that Druids are is educators. And, you know, if the world blows up and falls apart on my watch, I failed. You know, I never examined on whether this planet gets through to the next, you know. We all are, not just me personally. We all are collectively. And then I also have things from the chairwoman of the Council of British Druid Orders, COBDO it's called. Some people referred to that. the Druid community in Britain. She lives in London, but she comes to Avebury when she can. And she sends her love to everyone. She would have, you know, come, but this sort of internet thing isn't really, she's old school. She made one of the Druid tarot card decks that you can get in a little wooden box, you know, all handcrafted. I think it's the best Druid tarot type set, which is based on the Ogham tree alphabet. Liz's husband was, he was a leading Druid, you know, chap. And she was a very close friend of Douglas Lyne, which is why he was, you know, on the Druid Council. So when he took me to the meetings, that's how I met Liz. And although he's dead, you know, we've come together since. So anyway, she sends her love to everyone. And it was her birthday yesterday, but I'm not allowed to tell anyone. But I think that's a cool birthday for a Druidess, 20th of June, Solstice, right? So we were also celebrating her birthday this weekend. And it was also Shlomo Sohan's birthday, our Israeli judge. Some of you didn't hear his talk, but he spoke you know, very movingly. I met him in Israel when I went to film and develop work for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the Middle East. So I don't take on small stuff. I started with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Stonehenge. 5 years later, the Institute then set up the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Britain and Ireland because we felt that's still an unsolved problem. Okay, it still does. And then after that, after 9/11, after the chaos of the Iraq War, I said, okay, let's do the Middle East, you know. And that's enough. I'll just take on the 3 in this lifetime. But if I can help bring peace to Stonehenge, and to be honest, Stonehenge is possibly the most difficult because of the egos and the characters. And no, Stonehenge was the first, then it's Ireland, and now it's the Middle East. So it's, you know, important stuff that we work together because I see these issues as interconnected. One of the things I hope that's come across during the footage, what we can put on, you know, our channel on YouTube eventually when it's edited, is that people have said similar things from different angles. You know, we are, as it were, all leaves on one tree, or we're all flames in one fire, whatever metaphor you want to use, and all the people's poverty, for ending racial discrimination, for, you know, increasing wisdom. I have this mathematical. How many enlightenments is it producing? What is enlightenment? Well, I've written a book called Enlightenments, trying to work that out. But I've asked Jain scholars, Buddhist scholars, and Hindus, like, what is enlightenment? How many enlightenments are you guys getting per year? Jane answered very cleverly. She said, when I said, how many enlightenments are taking place at any one time? She said, infinite. I would like to think that. So I think we have to go for maximum collective planetary enlightenment, right? That's why I asked that rather naughty question of Liz at the end, which is, you know, I'm constantly being fed the realistic school who say there's no point working for peace because the world's screwed, it's all going to be blown up shortly. You probably all met people like that. They would say we're just far gone. It's too sunk in sin, is the theological language they use. And therefore God's going to judge it. And the plan is apocalypse. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, I find that narrative really annoying and intellectually and morally childish, immature, you know. And I'm so glad Liz explained why with chapter and verse, because I don't know which God, you know, is ultimately the top God, but any top God I'm, you know, going to worship be the one that is working for the ending of poverty, the ending of war, and the survival and salvation of this planet. Any our work for, whose work is sought, will be working for the salvation of humanity, not its destruction. So when people confront you and say, no, you know, if you work for peace, you're working for the Antichrist. And I assure you that's what right-wing Republicans say. Actually, yeah, because God wants the mass extermination of humanity because of the judgment day. And they're all reading books about this mass destruction of humanity. Those are the people that voted Trump into office, right? And those are the people that came to a Facebook page near you and engineered Brexit because they actually want chaos. And therefore, I'm saying with Liz, we pose them with just simple little logic, actually. God is a God of love. All the scriptures agree on that, as she rightly pointed out. God of compassion. No God of compassion wants a third world nuclear war where the Red Cross have said there would be, like, you know, hardly survivors, and the medical systems of the planet could not cope with it. So so yeah, I'm glad that she cleared that logical problem up. So it's been yeah, a visionary journey, but the work, you know, the work carries on. We're still on pilgrimage, like Kevan said in his masterful paper. We need to create new pilgrimage sites. That's why I gave him the idea of, why don't you do some of this work you're doing among all these sacred Arthurian sites? Why don't you? Because otherwise we end up sort of glorifying sovereignty and kings, and we end up somewhere on the right celebrating, you know, I6 because they're the loyal Arthurian knights. You know, we need to be a bit more clued in and on the side of the poor than allowing ourselves to be co-opted. A druid peace worker is always a step ahead of MI6 because we're wisdom workers. And thank you, Sean, for your contributions from Ireland, because I pray that you make the right decision in your voting for the Green Party. It's nice to know that the whole future of Ireland is in your hands. And I don't know what on earth you're going to vote or who the Green Party, you know, but I just hope and pray for unity and peace and love to prevail in the Emerald Isle. And, you know, may your work flourish, and may we still build that, you know, that new University of Peace in Dublin, which is what it really deserves. Sean McBride was another Irish hero of peace, I think. One of the questions I wasn't able to ask Kevan at sort of mission, he said he works with archetypes, and I love that. I'm a Jungian, I work with archetypes too. What I want is to have like a book of peace archetypes, like that we can activate, and peace heroes for young people to realize there is another narrative to the narrative they get off the TV, which is war is inevitable. Muslims, you know, get the horrible Palestinians, bash everyone, get the anarchists, you know, get the terrorists, like, and we all live in fear. Now, we need to reactivate the peace heroes, and I'm glad they're activating the Martin Luther King narrative. You know, I mean, as I said to her, why is it taking so long? But at least it's happening, and I think that now it's happening. I think it won't be stopped. I think that we're going to see some significant changes in USA, and at the very least, we have an election coming up in December, and these guys are organizing the vote. If they do nothing but that, they'll get Trump out of office. Because I've listened to some of the things they've been saying yesterday and today up on, you know, media platforms, thousands and thousands of people telling their stories, and they're talking about how voter registration has been manipulated in the States, consciously and deliberately by the elites, Republican white elites, who run cities in Florida and elsewhere and think it's their right to. And they found subtle and complex and devious ways, mainly involving the need to produce printed who you say you are, which has got to be issued by a government office. And what they do is they say, yeah, that's fine, but you can't have it from this office, you can't have it from that office, and you can't have it from this office. I.e., all the offices that the poor people in the tenement blocks in that city, the black people, are the only ID things they're going to have. They've worked out what it is these people can get hold of, and then they disqualify those ID documents. Now that is really cynical, and then they pass laws saying this is legal, right? Because they control the legal system. Well, these guys are onto them. This is like, you know, millions of people now seen through that game. It's happening in Britain too. We should be very careful, because what the British right is doing, Johnston and Cummings, is emulating everything the American right is doing. And we need to be clued in and realize what they're up to and not let them get away with it. The media doesn't help because it doesn't report. You probably won't see this event in America reported in The Guardian. Well, you might get like a paragraph in The Guardian. Won't be in the other papers. It's, you know, our disinformation bubble in the UK is scandalous. When I moved to France and I saw things through a more European eye, I realized how narrow the news feed is in the UK. I can even watch videos here on YouTube that are banned in the UK. Chris Busby, the scientist who spoke earlier, who's a genius, he made an amazing film, which everyone should watch, but you can't in the UK, about the British government dumping barrels, steel barrels full of slurry from nuclear waste products, which are radioactive, quite dangerously so. And the British government, in its wisdom, decided to get rid of them by, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of radioactive waste. They call it low level, but it's not. And what Chris is able to prove is that this stuff does cause cancer. What we've done is we've dumped it in all around the North Sea in steel barrels for the past 30 years. Hushed up, not told to Parliament, not told to anyone, and denied. And now what's happening is the barrels are rusting and the stuff's leaking out. And it's been dumped around the sea in Guernsey and Jersey. Chris took his Geiger counter down to the beaches in Jersey and Guernsey where it's all been pushed up to shore. And he made a documentary about this. And he went to the British government science office and he asked, what do you think? And they basically threw him out of the building and accused him of, you know, they lied point blank and denied it all. But he got underwater divers to go down and film the barrels. This is a documentary did, and it's available only on YouTube in Europe. They banned it. I don't know how they can do it, but the British government kicked it off YouTube. That's what we should be opposing. That's why we need to get more radical. You know, I write letters at least letters every week to politicians, movement shakers, and I'm always trying to be a gadfly, like Socrates, to try and get them to do the right thing. I would urge you all to do the same. Write to people in authority, tell them you're on the case. We're not going to sit down and take this end of the world thing lying down. We're fighting back.
Yeah. I
was also shocked by what Chris said, that he was sure that COVID-19 is a human. He ought to know. That's my intuition. It's a, you know, that is a shocking possibility. So we ought to be, you know, testing and doing more about it. So look, I'm going to wind up. If there's any final comments from other colleagues, let's you know, speak now or forever hold your peace. Barty, do you want to go first? Just sum up what you thought of the event and did you enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely. I enjoyed a lot. It's overall the peace building that we are talking about, peace inside and peace around, enlightenment, and what are the basic causes or root causes of violence and how we can overcome, which are the areas we can work upon. Like, so it was a wonderful journey from yesterday night to tonight. It's a 24-hour session is really amazing. Learned a lot, though I had some sessions for the COVID patients, so I need to go back to give them therapies and all. But thankfully, such things are really working, because what we believe we can achieve.
I love optimism and faith.
And what I always says, I can do it, you can do it, and we can do it. And we peace lover will definitely achieve our goal to spread peace around us, inside us. Yeah.
Thank you. Sean, any final words from you, sir, that you'd like to comment? Carrying the burden of Irish history on your shoulders.
Oh yeah, and just no, I just like the last speaker. I mean, it was an amazing achievement that you organised 24 hours of speakers and discussions. So thank you very much for doing it, and for the people who helped as well. I don't think there's any words of wisdom from me. I think I'm kind of hopeful that things are, you know, in a crisis has opportunities as well. So we may start to rethink how we spend our wealth as a governments, both in Europe and in America, after this. But that's a slim hope, I think. So thanks very much.
No, it's been an honour. And, you know, Peter, would you like to share anything finally?
Yes. I haven't seen all of it. I think it's a great idea to try and celebrate the peace movement and to try and bring I would say, love and anarchy into the world, which I think was the aim of the people at Stonehenge and the bean field, and also in the, as I mentioned before, at the Windsor Free Festival. People try and get peace and justice, which is unfortunately destroyed by those who are the agents of war and the state. But overall, it's very good to hear people from different traditions all contributing to wish for peace on this earth and in the world. And I would just finally say that I think the big question facing the human race is climate change and global heating, and so that in a way
cut off, Peter. Sorry. 1 minute to go.
Yeah. I would just say that. That's what I say that, and thank you for organising.
I know it's very important. Sophie, are you there? My lovely daughter.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Because they're about to cut us off.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's been absolutely incredible. I'm sorry I wasn't with you today. I went to my nearest Stonehenge, which was at the Steam. Well, I actually went to a spring first, my beautiful sacred space. I just felt like it was important to reconnect and just really beautiful. So thank you so much. Like, it's been incredible. And I wish I was with you guys for the whole time, but I needed...
It's all on catch up, darling. It'll be on the YouTube channel.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But it's phenomenal. And I love it. I love that there's a platform here for us to share. And like you say, we're all leaves on the same tree. Let's work this journey. And I really do feel like it is the time, and it is the uprising. And, you know, the year 2020, like, that is the heart chakra. We're in the love ascension. We're just gonna, this is the ripple effect. We're gonna create the change we want to see. So yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you for being my daughter. Just like to put on the record.
Thank you for enabling that, Father. Yeah.
Ross, would you like to comment? You've been quiet all this time, but you're a veteran peace campaigner, a close friend of my mother, Eileen Daffern. Would you like to say, have you enjoyed it?
I'm delighted to have been able to hear what I've heard so far. I'm resonating a lot with the different aspects in terms of the need to have an uprising based on love and gratitude for a more harmonized relationship with each other and nature and the world in the face of the dreadful workings of greed, anger and foolishness, which I detect in terms of definitely what I know about from Chris Busby. You know, I'm glad to hear that mentioned because I did a lot on depleted uranium at one point and working with your mum and your grandmum, Sophia. So yeah, I think particularly she'd be very, very interested and proud to see this event and to know that we're standing for justice and peace. So thank you for organising it.
No, it's been an honour. Can I just say, for some people that don't know, when I was living in a cottage in Wales, I received this summons to Avebury to receive the Peace Sword of Britain as the Archdruid of the Peace Druids, right? Totally randomly out of the blue, didn't expect it. So I went along not knowing what was going to happen. And my mother came to that because she happened to be living that week with my cousin, Elizabeth Clough, who was married to Jeremy Paxman. They live not far away, somewhere in the Thames Valley. And Jeremy drove her over to the Peace Druids ceremony. And Jeremy wandered around the circle wondering what on earth was going on. He's quite a famous BBC guy. And Mum went for it. She stood in the circle, did all the prayers, you know. And so, although we, you know, I had problems with her, you know, some aspects of her Marxist ideology, she nevertheless found a way of relating to the nature-based traditions of Druidism. I think she could honour that. So, yeah, I think she would have enjoyed it. In fact, she's probably been online all the time.
Can I just quickly add something to that? Just because it is relevant. I'm really sorry, but today, the thing that fell for me was my stamp, but it was a little dove. And Eileen always comes back to me in a dove and sometimes even a white pigeon. But can I just say, because it was the rose thing with Roz again, was a connection. And I just wanted to say that. Do you remember when we were with Eileen, when we were moving all of her stuff out and the pigeon came to us? I just wanted to say that was just really special. Yesterday, it was today when I was leaving for the Sacred Spring, my whole bag of stencils fell out, and the one thing that fell out was the dove. So I just wanted to say she's with us. She knows. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you. And I wanted to add in memory of Eileen as well that this is the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima this year. And I've been involved in talking about what the events will be online in terms of the Black Lives Matter and the racist aspects of dropping the bombs where they've been dropped. Those issues will be coming together in terms of the global, especially New York, Zoom events. And so, yes, the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons was negotiated and adopted in 2017, particularly negotiated by those countries that have been most abused in terms of human rights and having those bombs dropped where they've been. So it's coming together. There's only 12 more countries that need to ratify it before that enters into force. So there's a definite feeling of momentum now in terms of bringing that to people's attention, that there is that option that we can eliminate nuclear weapons, and we need to quite urgently.
Thank you for that. That's very important. Frigga, do you want to add something from the Netherlands? What did you make of our event? Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I enjoyed it. Thank you very much for organizing it. I love this kind of networking, and I love the opportunities that the internet offers us. So I want to thank everybody who I met here, who I heard talking. It was an inspiration. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you. And whereabouts in the Netherlands are you based? Which part?
Dordrecht, it's near Rotterdam.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I know. But I know parts of the Netherlands, and I'm a great fan of Dutch intellectual history and its contributions to philosophy. Spinoza and all that. And Descartes, who lived there.
Yeah, he stayed here as well.
Yeah. And he had a love affair with a Dutch girl, in fact, which has only recently come to light. I don't know if people know this. Descartes, the inventor of I Think, Therefore I Am, the great rationalist, he actually had a secret love affair with a Dutch girl. And there's a whole understory turned into a historical novel by an English writer. And I want to see the movie made because it would blow the cover of philosophers. We're actually normal people, But anyway, so thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Right, I think they could shut us off at any minute. So I think, Nikki, do you want to add something? You've been quietly helping all the while. And basically, running the media side of things. Have you enjoyed it? She's not going to appear. I think she doesn't have a camera. This is the problem. But anyway, she's been there as a wall of support and help to make this whole event possible, and is media coordinator to the institute.
There is a comment in the chat from Nikki.
Thank you to everyone for their contributions. Hope we can do this again. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Well, bless you. Thank you, Nicola. And I wouldn't have done it without you. And Alex, you've had... I don't think so. I think it's your turn.
I couldn't hear what you just said. It was a little bit broken. What did you say, Thomas?
What was your final thoughts on the event? I don't think you've done your...
Oh my gosh. I was away on ceremony for most of this period, but I wished I had the opportunity to see a few more speakers. The speakers that I have heard have inspired me yet again, confirmed what I already feel, and given me a new zest, really, to continue. And Thomas, thank you for this opportunity for all of us.
Well, we should also thank dear old Michelle Little, whose idea it was. She rang me totally out of the blue 3 weeks ago and said, Thomas, we've got to organise a Stonehenge Midsummer Peace Festival. And I said, fine. She said, it's going to be this band, that band, this band, that band. I said, well, look, darling, you do the music, I'll do the intellectual talking head thing. And so, that's where it came from. I'm not sure what happened with the music, because simultaneously there are about 3 or 4 other groups all trying to do an online summer solstice music. And I took the view that we shouldn't muddle in music with this because, there isn't time. 24 hours isn't long enough. Serious discussion and a serious party. I think the partying should, now's the time for the partying. So, switch off and go and party. But and is different. It's a more intellectual, druidical peace thing. And so anyway, I wish Michelle well, and I'm sure that she managed to have a good party somewhere, over this time. Right. Okay. I think we'll end there because it's sunset.
Yes.
And bless you all. Thank you so much for coming. And I did nothing at all. Meister Eckhart was asked how come he managed to do so much. He said, I'm not doing anything because a man of soul, God does all the work. I'm not doing anything here. I'm letting spirit do the work. So shalom. Peace to all of you. Happy solstice. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.